Good evening and happy Thursday. You found us at TCH Live, 25 No Limit Texas Hold'em from Texas Card House in Austin, Texas. I'm William Lahti, aka the New York Knit, and I've got a very special guest in the booth with me this evening.
What's going on, guys? Been a long time. Steamdola back in action. Great. I think me and Lottie have been planning this for like 3 years, so before even TCHLive started.
We've wanted to do this for a very long time, and we finally made it happen. And it's going to be a heck of a show tonight. And we've got a heck of a lineup tonight. A lot of familiar faces out there. Really throwing it back to the early days of this live stream. Some familiar faces: Aaron, Caitlin, Anderson, among others. We're going to get started with a $10 PLO bomb pot. Every player gets 4 cards, and we go straight to the flop.
It's a proper way to start.
Those unfamiliar with PLO, you play exactly 2 of your cards at Showdown. So 4 aces in your hand, not quads. 4 aces on the board, not quads. Let's see who's got what. We've got Jay-Win with a pair of 9s. We see a gut shot for Pratt.
If you notice, the #1 combo of 8s are out on the board.
Yes, the 8
of
spades
signify
cards. That's the best.
returning. You put it right on the board.
Steve makes it $50. We don't know what he's got. Anderson just mucking the open ender. Probably a good move in these bomb pots. Jay-Win gonna call. He does have the spade draw. Right with just a bad gut shot on the fold. Caitlin comes along with her overpair, and now that's a top pair. She's got ace-king. However, Jay-Win has aces up, aces and 9s.
I would assume an 8 in the hand of the mystery hands. I don't think we saw any of them.
Seems likely. And the mystery hand continues for $100, about half pot. Jay-Win has improved on this turn. I don't see him going anywhere. He does not go anywhere. He calls.
It's got a little spice on the river. That's spice.
10 of spades. The flush comes in for Jay-Win. We'll see if this is the chaos card where Steve improved as well to a boat. Steve is betting.
A little under half pot, huh?
Yeah, he likes that half pot sizing.
And you think that's targeting something like a flush?
I think so.
Or you think he's doesn't want to put too much in because he's not filled?
This probably, I think this feels like he's targeting a flush.
Yeah.
In position, he could have just as easily checked it back and minimized his loss when he's behind. We're going to find out what he's got. I see a 10 and an 8, I think. The graphic is in the absolute worst possible spot. I assume it's an 8.
I think it was an 8. I saw
the pot's getting shipped his way, so I'm assuming it's an 8.
I get that. Their full pot's not going to get called.
And it is. 8's full of 10s. And Steve takes the first pot of the evening. See you all filing into the chat. Be sure and hit that like button if you have not done so already.
I think we're going to smash the like button counter today. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, we're going to break that like button counter. We're going to break it. This is probably the most likable stream that we've done in a while, at least on a Thursday show.
That's good. We pile all the likable characters into one show here.
Here's something else to like. It looks like we've got some 2, 5, 10, 20 brewing.
Well, we did. We've been in this game for a while now. They have to loosen it up.
Yeah, it's already power hour somehow.
Yeah, power hour right out of the gate. Why not? Let's see some stacks build early, get some money on the table.
Oh, I bet they love you then.
Okay, now we get the straddle right on the graphics. Spoiler, Pratt doesn't have anything.
Anderson looking sharp as ever.
Always better suited. And Jay-Win opens to $60. Kevin going to defend his $20 straddle. Don't know what he has.
A couple mysteries to start tonight. I guess they're going to test our...
Ooh,
oh,
this is
never
fun.
mind.
This is fun. We
Lot
got
of
a top
action.
pair for Jaywin. We got an open ender for Kevin. Gonna go check, check.
Very reasonable.
Jaywin goes for the bet here, I think about $80.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Kevin could have played this either way. It was a call or race.
Yeah. Kevin won't
Breaks
get
out.
there.
It's very safe to go for some value here for Jaywin. Maybe something at half pot. What do you say?
Absolutely.
And he agreed.
And Kevin says, queen high, no good.
That could have been a little spicier of a hand. They just played a little passively, but I think maybe if Jaywin had bet the flop, there could have been a spot for Kevin to raise, and we could have got a big pot there. But
Yeah, he could have
it's
considered
early
that.
in the night, Will.
Absolutely. In position, he may have also decided on the flat.
Yeah, to play like
Yeah.
you.
Just, yeah, it's to play like me.
Knit it up.
Yeah. Also, because if he does get there on the turn, he knows he can put money in the pot. Whereas if he were out of position, he would not
for sure.
necessarily be able to put money in the pot on the turn if he got there.
Well, they
Power
say,
position.
They say that thing about position, don't they?
The power of position.
Have you been holding the line very well lately? Or?
Oh yeah,
Yes?
I've held that line.
Okay. We're gonna have to. How many? What's the over/under people under the Lahti line tonight?
Oh, I'd probably say with this lineup, probably half a player.
Half a player under?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
It's a tough bet.
I think everybody finds their way over the line
Ooh,
tonight.
man. Okay. I might have to take the over on that.
We got Jaywin making it 60 with his pocket threes on the button.
But both times I played, I
Kevin getting in there again, queen 10, this time the suited variety.
You know, we did that one night. I was barely able to stand, and I dusted off, a good chunk. So it can go. Well, we play. Where the fuck were we that one night?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Pretty blackout.
Somewhere. Yeah. No, but I was really proud when I woke up this morning. I was
There we go, catching up here.
What was hilarious?
He's 6'6",
Text chain that night.
and Jaywin's C-bet is going to get the job done.
Yeah, very easy board to continue and win a lot there on the flop. It's hard to continue
Yeah,
in that position.
see some of our chat regulars filing in. I see Squirrel in there from Down Under. I see Pez. Pez has been back here.
You got to give. J Stack in the house. That completes the
Stack,
old
there we
school team.
go.
What's up, J Stack?
Great to see so many familiar faces here, and in the chat and on the felt.
I'll continue filing in. It's it's a little early for us poker folks. We were waking up for our afternoon nap.
Yeah, it
Ready
is
for,
early.
afternoon
Ooh, poor
run.
Anderson missed ace queen suited.
Well, that's only his favorite hand, I think. So
Yeah,
nothing to worry about.
one combo, so it's like a lottery ticket.
funny, that's my least favorite.
Everybody that's playing.
Because you lose every tournament with ace queen or ace jack.
Pretty much. Pretty
I think
much.
I remember that correctly, isn't it? Like you lost to the under pip like every time.
Yeah, or when I have the ace king, the ace queen sucks out.
ace queen suck out.
That's a
So
doozy.
dumb when you like
Gonna get a little blinds on blinds action here. Steve having Caitlin pipped, and now Steve having the top pair. Caitlin's missed here.
A little float here. Probably thinking Steve's gonna be betting too much. He might do a float and take something on the turn, but he continues.
Play 9-3 of hearts.
Hard to continue here for Caitlin.
9-3 of hearts. You don't have to play when.
Just king high. Not a lot of obvious bluffs out there that she could be beating.
Yeah, she was probably looking maybe for a face card on the turn to rep, but 5 diamonds ain't too much for her.
And Steve gonna take this one.
It's a dumb game. Explain to me why the game is fun or helps action in any way, and I'll play it.
See Roger Garrison in the chat. How are you doing?
All right.
Another one of our many chat regulars.
Why you gotta leave me out here when you agree with me? You agree with me.
You'll see pins in the chat. The link to SaveDallasPoker.com.
The double strap
Head on over there to see what you can do to help Dallas Poker or club poker in Dallas remain a thing. So, as some of you might know, the city council decided to revoke the operating permit for TCH Dallas. We are appealing that, and on Tuesday there's going to be a hearing with that body that hears the appeals. They didn't take the permit away, but they can give it back to us. And so, if it's something you're inclined to do, you could go over to that website and follow the instructions there to send a letter to the I forget the name of the body, the people who hear the appeals, and keep it nice, keep it positive, and
Fight the powers that be,
tell them how great TCH Dallas is. Tell them how great the poker clubs are. I'd hate to see them go. As
It really is a win-win, I think, for everyone if they can just figure it out.
Absolutely.
As it gets all the other bad things that happen in the casino environment out of it. Just,
Yeah.
you're good. Beautiful-hearted poker and keeps us from doing anything else. Get our kicks in. Well, that's my interesting.
We see a hard draw for Pratt now. Mark having floated flop with 10 high. We're also assuming Mark's hands was scanned correctly. It's not a guarantee. That does seem like an interesting call on the flop. And now Mark firing the turn.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
And Pratt folding the heart draw.
Wow. Well, that was a bold play there.
Now, Jorge, I don't know how the situation came to be, but it came to be. However it happens, the goal now is to hashtag save Dallas Poker. I'm like 200 miles away from all that. Like, we're here in Austin.
Yeah, we're a little far. Yeah.
I don't know the ins and outs of how things happen in Dallas. I wish I knew more. I mean, those guys on Tuesdays and Wednesdays could probably tell you more.
But it's a battle we must all fight, because if we lose one battle, there are more battle fronts going to encroach. So we need to win the battle in Dallas.
Absolutely.
Stop it there.
Steve in the small blinds with the ace-7 of clubs, making it 60. Mark's got 10s, and Mark's going to 3-bet. Aaron also having ace-7 suited, saying nope.
Not a great spot for that.
And we get the quick fold from Steve, and that will do it for that hand.
Is it 5-5 or 2-5?
What else is new in the world of Lahti?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just, playing some poker and working at my job that I work at and running my mouth in here sometimes.
You really divulged a lot there, sir.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Very anonymous. We like it. A little bit of poker. You got some tournaments scheduled lined up?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be firing a whole bunch of tournaments the next month.
That's what it looks like. So a lot of good bullets to line up in the next month or so in the area.
And hopefully...
and in other areas.
And hopefully...
Take one down, Lahti.
Yeah,
Take
I
one
want to
down.
get a deep run, and ideally in a big tournament.
Yeah.
Like, not like the $250 pot limit mix where, I can get second in that.
You can 10x your money. We're not looking for 10x your money.
But, like it's a 1K, forget about it.
I was at Cosmo for most of it. I only had one night comp because I'm not that big of a DJ, right?
All right, still rocking the 2, 5, 10, 20.
Yeah, I love it. And we've got B with the ace-jack of hearts.
Expensive. I was going to stay with my friend, and she's like, "Oh, let's do it." So she talked
And 3x seems to be the standard opening size. for
Ooh,
this.
and Pratt with the ace king suited.
Man, early position monsters here. Let's see what size he uses with early position. Maybe something like 200.
200,
less.
maybe
I like
like
less.
210.
I like less, like 175, 180 here. Yeah.
Goes 175. And Kevin's
Oh
got
my
tens!
goodness! Is he just? He acted so quick there. That
Just
was
gonna call.
He just snap calls after the 3-bet. So, kind of telegraph.
Ooh,
Oh, number one combo.
number
8 of
one.
spades, 8 of hearts. Just ship it, Mark. Ship it. You can't lose. No.
Party foul!
No, he doesn't know. Nobody knows
but
because they've been gone for too long.
Seriously, he
That's
had
like
the odds to
prime
set mine.
number one spot. And of course, Jay Wynn has
Jay Wynn has
ace
ace queen. Everybody has a hand here. It's incredible.
And I mean, that's kind of an easy give up there. Not putting much money in, but man, I know an eight's gonna be on the flop. I mean, I about to take a prop bet for 8 of diamonds on the flop.
By the way, look at that fold of ace queen. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, what do you? It's hard to just
Like you hate it.
overcall a cold call.
now
so
B's
you would have to
closing the
maybe-
action, getting incredible odds, so
Yeah.
he's going to be strung along. And
Sounds
now,
looking good.
now we have gut shots for B and Pratt, and the overpair for Kevin. This is basically dream flop for Kevin.
Let's go check, check.
Checks
Yeah,
over
I
Kevin.
had a
If I were
feeling-
Kevin, I'd be
I
firing
mean,
here.
you gotta kind of.
And
fire
B's
and-
going to get there on the turn with the pair of jacks. 2 flush draws on the board. Somehow, nobody has a flush draw.
That's correct, but I mean, after he goes check, check behind him, he's got to feel his jack is probably best here. Thinking that if anyone had queens plus, they were going to bet that flop behind him. So
Absolutely,
he's a
he would
slam
have.
dunk value bet here, kind of protection bet.
Absolutely, he would have heard from
Yeah.
a better hands. I agree.
The only thing he's got to worry about is something like maybe ace king with diamonds or clubs, but it's not the case here. But what do you think? Sam's going to give him a look up?
And then after that, it's yeah.
It gets a little dicier here.
Oh yeah.
I could see him calling though.
Okay. Where are you going?
Not much behind. Pot's kind of bloated.
He does call.
He would hate to lose the give up, and he has ace king. 9 ball.
Thank you.
He's going to be
No.
best.
Yeah, no easy option bailout here for Kevin. Nothing changes on the river.
I think Kevin does have more than the graphics say, but the stacks of
Yeah,
pot
he's
is
got-
still pretty
yeah,
short
so-
all the same.
Yeah, no, but I think yeah, it's about. Looks like there's about 600 left, effective.
Any tournaments? No, not me. Not for a while.
And a little smallish bet, maybe 1/3 size here. A little more.
And I think he's targeting pocket tens.
Yeah, exactly. But here's the problem with cold calling there pre-flop. Like it's really easy to put Kevin on a hand like tens, but he also could have nines. But if
He
he,
could.
you still got to bet it
And
there.
then that's just a bummer if he has nines.
Yeah, you just got to bet it there and then just gotta eat it. But, nice pot. Ace jack. Really done.
Yeah, so anybody looking for information on the Dallas situation, follow that link that we've pinned in the chat, SaveDallasPoker.com. All the stories are there. The background is all there, I'm told. So definitely go read that.
Usually you do, right? Like you can get lucky.
I think my to-do list for the weekend includes writing a letter.
Yeah, but most of the time you have to fucking fire a bunch of responses, but then eventually you won't run bad. Make some real money.
What kind of protest can we do?
I don't know. You got tens again,
Tens,
this time
popular.
for Pratt.
I don't think anybody fears anybody at this table. There's equal lack of respect.
Steve calling with his suited ace. I like Squirrel's suggestion of sticking Gary C on them.
That's a that's like an avalanche of problems.
Jack 9-3. Steve's got a pair. Pratt's is better. Pratt also with the back doors. Pratt continues for 90, gets the call from Steve, who does have a pair, so got a call once at least. Pratt's going to feel better about that turn, the jack pairs, so less likely that his opponent holds one.
Blocking the other suited combos of Jack 10 as well, or at least Jack 10 suited of spades. Feeling extra good. Steve in call down mode. 4 diamonds. Front door gets there.
Maybe Steve gets off the hook here. Goes check, check.
Yep.
Tens are going to take it.
Very good, very good.
Tell you what, J-Stack, I'm not going to be doing any broth bombs. Like
I mean, no, we're going to be doing them. Don't worry.
Yeah,
Scordu wants us to DoorDash some broth bombs to City Hall. I mean, I can drive there. I can just bring an entire, like a 5-gallon jug of broth bombs and just give it to the whole city of Dallas.
Yeah.
But they have write freedom on the cup. Freedom bombs.
There you go. You write the word freedom on it.
Yeah, that's what you do. Just write freedom on it. And it's a patriot thing.
Yes. All right. So looks like we're keeping the 10-20 on. Doesn't happen that often when I'm in the game.
They don't like to give action to nits. So they see you, they're
Yeah.
like, no straddles. Not fair.
I'll put the 10 on.
You'll put the 10 on? You'll do the little one?
Yeah.
What about the 20? You can't,
Power hour. I'll do it.
You do one? One round?
I've done it. The junior producer Seth confirms I have done it. Junior producer Seth pressing the buttons for us this evening.
It's a button pusher. Sometimes he gets the right ones. Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm with you, Pez, on not calling it a bomb because that probably doesn't work at City Hall.
Freedom
Excellent
not
point.
bomb. It's a not bomb. Broth bomb.
Likely not a flamethrower that Elon Musk famously sold.
Yeah, well, he has some money to play with.
B, not a believer in the 9 triz. Anderson versus J-Win action here. Pretty sweet flop for J-Win. He's got a pair and an open ender. Anderson with just a couple of overs, not even a backdoor.
Easy fold. 3-4 never loses.
So that's what it does.
It always loses, but never loses. Depends on how you play it. They went at the top of the chip lead.
Still a lot of poker to be played, though, and seems like they're happy to play big this evening.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get some money on the table. There'll be some carnage, and we'll see some 3K stacks plus.
Absolutely. Get one big pot, and then half the table is going to
Everybody,
top up.
they go like this. Pockets up, add on, please. Plaques come out, or purple, pink, whatever color they are. I'm colorblind legally.
I call them.
Okay.
I call them pink.
All right.
I call them pink.
I don't do so well with the colors. CC over here with the king queen of the suited variety.
And some jacks for AA Ron. Going to make it 175.
A little 3x plus.
And ace jack of hearts for Pratt.
We've had a lot of
He's got a
three
couple
strong
options
hands.
here.
Yeah.
Like he's going to fold though. I was all set to say like he could consider taking that hands and bluffing with it.
Not a terrible spot to 4-bet.
Caitlin gonna call, and we go heads up. And
Wow.
Caitlin with the heart draw, and Aaron with the overpair. So
Well, we saw 2 other holdings of hearts, so yeah, as you see, there's not many left in the deck. The ace jack of hearts was out, and I think the 3 or 2
yeah,
4
there's
of
a few
hearts
of the
was the
smaller
other hand.
ones that are
yeah,
gone.
just a couple of small ones. And the
Caitlin
big
does
ones.
also have the 2 overs. Aaron continuing for 200, about 2/3 pot.
That's easy continuing. Oh,
Caitlin going for the check raise.
Aaron stands up out of the chair.
He's like, wait, what? Caitlin making it 525. Not even a giant raise relative to the pot.
Obviously, can easily have some 10s here. Probably going to call some of the time with her 5s and 4s. Not all the time, so doesn't have a ton of those. She's having some heart combos. Aaron will decide that probably needs to continue here.
He is not blocking the heart draw.
Yes. And does he?
He's going to
chip
just
it?
pop it in,
Yeah.
and Caitlin's going to say, let's go.
Yeah, and if she didn't know a lot of the hearts are out of the deck,
Got a
it would be
$3,000
pretty much an even flip.
$3,000 pot here. Here we go.
Brick,
A brick
and brick.
and a brick, and they're going to run it again.
Brick.
Brick. Heart.
Not brick. All right.
Chop it up.
Boo, no chops. There was supposed to be blood spilled.
Hey, what about my hand? That was nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Played it better than I would.
Damn, that was a dog on that flop.
So, our first all-in of the evening.
First of many.
Bit of an anti-climax there.
She found one of the lonely hearts. I think I like Aaron kind of realizing it's going to be a lot of draws there that she's going to be doing that with the hearts, like over combos like that. So ripping it there makes a lot of sense to me.
I've been
That's
fine.
weird.
It's me.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron always knows what he's doing.
I played a little. I'm also out of town a lot.
We're seeing some decent starting holdings here, though. Not a lot of napkins going into the garbage.
Yeah, Jesse keeping the action going in the box there. Not cold decking us.
Yeah, not yet, anyway. As I say that, napkins, napkins, napkins. Oh, but King 4 suited button.
Yeah, that's good enough.
pretty much
I mean,
aces.
good
The button
enough for
doesn't look
Jalen.
as good when there's 4 blinds behind it. There's the ace queen suited.
Yeah, B with a more legitimate holding. And he makes it 205. Kevin with the Jack 10 of diamonds, but not deep enough to speculate reasonably, so I imagine this is... This usually should be a fold, but it's not going to be a fold. He's going to call. Steve has kings.
Well,
And
you
he rips it for
you like
1100.
waking up with that. There you go. You know, Jaywin's like, I opened with King 4 suited. What happened
And he's
here?
like, what did I just provoke?
What did
And
I
B
do?
with the ace queen suited.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you think you're on the button, but in a game like this, like, the button is not the same thing. You have 4
Yeah, 4
hands
players who
that
could wake
have
up
not
with
looked
it.
at their cards yet.
And
this
ace
would
queen
happen.
suited, the question is this the top of your folding range or is this the bottom of your calling range? You could justify calling ace queen suited
I
if you
mean-
think Steve can bluff.
I mean, Steve's incentivized here to rip it with the call in between, right? With Kevin.
Yeah, that extra dead money
So-
is definitely
so,
going to help his
yeah, it
cause.
definitely widens Steven's range. I think ace queen might be too good here to fold. And he
He's
does
going
call.
to call. And now Kevin is going to
Yeah,
have
and
to
Kevin's
fold.
in no man's land. We didn't really see. I think we saw 2 aces get folded. There might only be 1 in the deck.
With that, we got hearts, and we got a queen, and we got more hearts.
Did it
And
once?
so
No,
ace
twice.
queen's going to be the nut flush there.
2 times? 2
Looks
times.
like it.
Another chopperoni.
Let's chop all the pots.
Yep. Another day, another chop here at TCH Live. But at least
Another
there's some
day,
dead money.
another chop. That's not a song.
Everyone lives.
We could make it a song if we tried
Yeah,
hard
I was
enough.
gonna, but I ran out of lyrics. which is uncommon for me. Usually the lyrics flow.
Help us out, Chad. If you got more lyrics, share them with us.
Aaron, I have a shitty memory, so I don't remember. Do I owe you money?
All right, where's our like counter at? 0? 6? Come on, Lahti,
Should
stir
be
it
more
up.
than 6. I think it's more than 6.
Dinner, you may
It's 74 by my count.
Yes.
No, we're square.
I see over 400 of you watching
Yeah.
now.
474.
So we can get some more liking going on here.
It's a bad ratio. We got ratioed.
We sure did.
close the deal. It was actually like a hilarious thing. 'Cause, like, what?
Broth bomb will be done. How many likes?
We didn't
for
really
me?
hang out. We just had a drink together. He was
I mean, estimate.
and I was joking
I'd
with my
say-
table 'cause I was trying to
I'd say
loosen up the
200.
table. I was like,
200 for a broth bomb on camera?
200. We'll do a broth bomb.
like, to loosen up the table.
Or
And then
Steamdola
he
will
came
do
over
it.
I
I
will
will
definitely do one.
I will not
Lahti,
do one.
because I
You
Jay
can-
win with aces this
You
time.
can film it.
And the rest of
It's a little better than King 4.
And then he left, and like all the Rex that I was playing with was like, "What the hell is wrong?"
So 60 from Jay win this time with a legitimate holding.
And no one has that legitimate holding behind. It's like, why couldn't I have that last time?
Gets no action this time. He gets all the action when he has King 4. None of the action when he has 2 aces, which he will show.
No, but I really did like him. And one night I hit him up, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I've been drinking too much." I'm like, "Oh, I know. I'm really drunk too."
Eli's Rehunt, best regards from Finland. Ooh, we got a viewer from Finland. Did you know I'm part Finnish?
You're Finnish?
I'm part Finnish.
Like, one part?
Yeah, I got my father's side. Wadi is a Finnish name.
The night that Steady, Johnny Vibes, and all the
I'm also Irish.
so he left the
Finnish, Irish?
Yep.
Any other issues?
Those are the 2 big ones. I got a little bit of Canadian in me,
He walked up to me right as I was
Ah.
smoking a big pot too, and he's like,
which
"Of
is
course
why
There's a
I'm
lot of turmoil going on
which
in
is
the
why
old
I'm
Canada.
glued to the curling. I've been glued to curling the last 2 weeks. The Winter Olympics going on. King Queen for Aaron. Who
Curling,
else
curling
has
is
been
really
watching
catching
curling?
on, all right? Curling is catching on. It's become mainstream.
I feel like it's acceptable to like curling.
It's very good late night TV. You can have highlights of TCH Live on your laptop, curling on the TV,
Yep.
and you can be losing money on an app on your phone.
That sounds like a great night. And this sounds like a great flop for AA Ron, who flops top 2 with his King Queen. Mark does have a gut shot.
Look at that shot. Little something.
Aaron gonna try and get some value here. Makes it 55.
I mean, I don't know that he was that interested
Mark gonna call once.
with. I think it was more one-sided in my direction.
And
Oh,
of course he
rips
gets
it.
there.
Yeah, just rip it.
Of course he gets there.
But I like
Mark with the straight now.
Like I did my best.
Aaron should still continue here.
Yeah, this should not be a scary turn. Like
It's actually a good turn. Like, it's like a lot of the King 10, Queen 10, 2 pairs that he's gonna dominate here.
yeah,
And other hands that are picking up a straight draw, like King Jack, Queen Jack.
yeah. Jack 10 just picked up a couple more ounces.
Yeah.
It's gonna hang around.
So he can
Aaron
get more
with
value.
175. Let's see if Mark goes for just the call or the raise. He's just gonna call. He's gonna give Aaron all the rope he can get. But Aaron's gonna fill up.
Oh, wow.
I love this river.
Mark
Queen's
kind
full
of
of
looks right
kings.
over at him. Like, I don't really like that turn. Wow, now Aaron can go very large here. And, because again, like, Queen 10 is definitely in Mark's range here.
He's gonna
And
target
there's
a
some
queen.
straights. Yeah. Oh, does he go small?
Maybe he's trying to induce a bluff. He goes for 200. I don't see how you can fold a straight for that price. For
Yeah.
1/3 pot, you don't have to be right very often at all.
Yeah, I was surprised that he went for the small bet, but never thought Mark would
This-
fold to the small bet.
And
does
Mark
get it.
makes the crying call. It doesn't look like he enjoyed that call.
Yeah.
For that price, I mean, I feel like that's an easy call with a straight.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like you can totally beat a queen. Like Aaron could have ace queen.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what he made it look like. Or even like ace king, and just trying to get very, very thin value.
Yeah.
But what do we know? We're in the booth. We don't
I
know
know,
what
we're in the
doing.
booth. We're not in that game.
For just a brief
I
moment
was thinking, I was like, dude, I'm calling 55.
There's some action there, for sure.
There it is.
God, punish him next time. Just put him on the ground and stomp him.
Well, no, well, I thought I was going to get the whole
We are still having a surprisingly hard time, though, actually getting an all-in where somebody scoops. Like, that was definitely a hands where that could have happened.
Yeah, they're keeping it light for their first couple orbits.
Fuck lucky.
Anderson folds Queen Jack suited. That's a surprise.
Now you must have been watching your master class. Is that what you?
No, I don't fold that hands either.
But what about with the structure, with all those straddles under the gun? That change you at all?
I'm still playing that hands.
Sounds good to me.
So we got some fours,
Yeah, I
we got some nines.
I think maybe Queen 10 suited might be the first hand that could be folded under the gun. But we'll needle him about it.
7-3 deuce. Aaron's got a pair, but it is the third best pair.
Brad's gonna bet his 44s.
And this is a pretty good flop for pocket fours. Just too bad that Kevin has an overpair. It's even better flop for nines.
It is a good flop for nines. Now, do you want to put out a protection raise here? The players behind. He's just gonna call.
I
here.
consider raising.
Yeah.
There's a lot of turns I'm not going to like.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like you're gonna get value from a 7. Get it now.
I don't want an over. I don't want a spade.
You don't want a 4, 5, 6 ace.
You don't know what Mark has, but Mark cutting out some raising chips, I think.
I missed the action pre-flop. Who opened?
Just raise, call, call, call. Pratt opens with the fours.
Pratt did open with the 4s. Okay.
And Mark makes it 420. That's a fun number.
You think that was on purpose?
Probably.
Very good. It's very good to work the metagame like that.
I don't even partake and I use that sizing.
Just for giggles.
For the lulls, yes.
For the lulz. For the chat.
Pratt gonna fold those fours. Kevin in a trickier spot with his overpair.
For the lulz, y'all.
It's the pussy cat hat that's got me, though. Pretty good 2.5.
By the way, I like Kevin's hat, just saying.
A lot of yammering over there, man.
It's definitely not bad. It's right up your alley there, sir.
It sure is.
How's that baby treating you lately?
Just fine. That car's
Yeah.
sitting in the
Yeah,
garage.
sitting in the garage, looking pretty.
Yeah, pretty much.
Take her out every once in a while on a date.
Yeah, like I take that car out there occasionally. Now, fun fact, it actually failed inspection a couple months ago because I didn't drive it enough
Well,
to get the sensors to produce the data that they need.
Kevin lays it down.
And where are we going to see
It's that 5-6 of
6-5
spades,
of
right?
spades? Okay, a combo
Kind of a
draw.
monster there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a huge draw for Mark, and definitely a raise candidate with a straight flush gut shot. Yeah, I totally endorse what Mark did there once he sees that flop. Like that hand is a bit light to be taking the flop usually, but once you see that flop, you got to go for it.
That's correct, sir.
Well, and also, I'm also agoraphobic. It's really hard for me to do this.
Yeah. We're getting heckled from the control desk over
And
here
junior
by
producer Seth engaging in some card swap
Junior
with me.
producer, sub junior.
2 20-milligram gummies you ate at like 11 p.m.
King Queen for Pratt.
Right back at it.
Tell from painful experience, it's definitely a mistake to take a 2-milligram gummy just before you go to bed about an hour.
Oh, late 9 suited.
Suited connector.
Come along.
Anderson saying, why not? I haven't played a hand in a while.
You already put a bunch of money in already on the straddle. A couple clubs. Nice little something something.
Pratt's got a pair. Aaron's got a club draw.
I mean, we're not deep enough to make
Okay, we'll continue. He does have the king of clubs as a little backdoor royal draw, you know. Aaron will play it as a call.
Seems reasonable against the pre-flop opening range. He could totally have an ace or a queen
Yeah,
or both. So
Why raise
And
when
now
he's going to
two
be
pair for
calling too
Pratt.
much?
yeah, like a raise is just very unlikely to get a fold there. So Pratt improves. He's pretty good about two pair. I think this is as far as Aaron's going to go.
And very sound fold from Professor Aaron.
We've promoted him to professor.
Yeah,
now.
I just decided right now by looking at him, he looks like he should be a professor.
Very scholarly.
He's always been scholarly. We got to keep the names going. You know, you can't be stagnant.
So who had money on us using the word scholarly
I don't
words
know.
or hards?
Scott, yeah, pronouncing words are much more hard than thinking of them.
Looks like we got the 25 on from Jay Wynn.
Yeah, ratchet it up a little bit.
No, it's just 20. The camera fooled me.
That was some trickery.
All
Man,
the same, King Jack of Spades for Pratt.
Pratt with the
They're
open
keeping him
limp.
busy.
Is that the open limp there from Pratt? Changing
Yeah,
it
he
up?
does limp it.
He's had a lot of raising hands, so maybe he got
Caitlin-
tired of raising.
Caitlin going really tiny with her 8-7 of diamonds.
That's going to get a lot of...
You're not going to get folds. Pratt's
Yeah.
certainly not folding.
It's a
for
pot
that
builder.
price.
That's a pot builder. All right, 3 suits going at it.
3 ways. Watch the clubs come.
Most likely, right? I would bet on it. Rainbow, why not?
All right, so Anderson with top pair, Pratt with middle pair, and a gut shot. Caitlin with a whole lot of nothing.
Yep.
Pratt puts out the 65. Anderson gonna go nowhere with top pair.
Yeah, and you know, Pratt open limped and then called a small raise, so he's not going to have ace, queen, ace, king very often. So he's got to feel pretty good about an ace.
9 doesn't change anything. Goes check, check. 7 on the end. Anderson's ace will be best.
Yeah, I like this. Got a little value there.
Gotta do it. Little teeny tiny value
Pratt
bet.
goes, I know you have an ace, but I'm going to call.
Hot odds are a beast sometimes.
You know, sometimes you got to find those little folds.
Thank y'all very much. That is my time. Joe coming in. Thank you.
Dude, sweet. Oh, yeah. And this would just be like whenever you wanted it, or would you have set nights?
All right, we got a dealer change here, which means we're going to have another $10 double board PLO bomb pot. See Dante in the chat. Hello, Dante. Another
Mr.
familiar
Dante.
face.
Yeah.
Like, this is the night of familiar faces. William Lahti, a.k.a. the New York Knit with you. I've got Steamdola alongside with me. Junior producer Seth pressing the buttons. And
All-star lineup.
not sure who's in the box at the moment. We'll find out in a moment. Can't tell from this angle.
You don't know everybody's hands.
No, I don't know the staff that well.
Okay. The single board variety.
Yes, if only we could do double board on stream. Too bad.
It would be a
the,
lot more chaos.
Yeah, and those double board bomb pots will make and break your night. This will be single board. I guarantee that they'll do double board as soon as the cameras go off. That's how it
Yeah,
usually
at first.
goes.
That's how you celebrate being off camera. Double board, round of double boards.
That's been excessive, but I mean, like it'll also take
A round of
2
double
hours.
board with an increasing ante. How about that?
King 10-7, couple of diamonds. I think that's Joe in the box. Seth confirms. So Anderson with the gut shot. J-Win with an open-ender / wrap. Top set for B. Makes it 75.
Where the diamonds at?
Maybe in Steve's hands. J-Win folding a 7. And J1 calling with his wrap.
Sandball fills
And
up.
B filling on the turn. So he's good as long as Steve doesn't have 10s.
And betting an appropriate amount for a strong hand. Getting a quick fold.
And 2/3.
So that'll probably be all she wrote.
Probably. You really don't want to see the board pair there.
Yeah, it kills
Paul,
all the fun.
Paul, did I say double board? I apologize if I said double board. Usually, like on the main floor, we're doing double board. We're only doing single board on the stream because that's all we can do.
Yeah, we're talking about after the stream.
Yeah.
So.
I'm not as bright as I look, so yeah, sometimes things like that slip out.
It's all an illusion with Lahti. That's why he doesn't play a lot of hands, so you can't analyze them.
Yeah, my brain just explodes. Like the dumber the mixed game, the more likely my head is to
Yeah,
explode.
yeah, that first definitely on mixed games. I haven't played one in a while. I'd probably my brain would explode trying to get back into mix. Or I'm just saying that.
And we got to give that a try. The other day somebody called tic-tac-toe, which is pretty stupid.
Yes.
Ace King for Pratt makes
Yeah,
it
Pratt.
65.
Pratt's been on the nice side of the cards.
Yeah, they're giving him the cards, and they're mostly holding up. At the very least, they haven't cost him a ton of money when
Not a
they haven't
ton.
held
Yeah,
up.
but he's just had a lot of hands to open with.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten stacked. B's going to defend his straddle with the King 10. He is dominated. And he will not get much help on that flop. Pratt's 2 overs are good. B needs a 10. Pratt's going to c-bet. It's probably just the ends of the hands here.
You are correct. What's going on, Victoria, in the chat?
Hey, V, how are you doing? Another
V.
familiar face. It's
Yes.
like
Yes, we are all convening.
it's like the TCHLive class reunion.
Man, words are hard today. I think Aaron put a spell on me.
And one of our former producers back here as well. B was pressing the buttons for a while.
She did a small amount of button pushing.
Yeah.
She's good at button clicking or clicking buttons in poker as well.
And she's elsewhere now in the Austin area, but I run into her all the time.
She's making an impression out there.
Yeah, so anyway, that tic-tac-toe game,
Oh,
what
yeah.
they do is on the flop, they put out 4 cards, like 1 on the top row, 2 in the middle row, 1 on the bottom row,
Okay.
and then on the corners, basically. So no, what did I say about middle row? Forget that. They put out the 4 corner cards, and then the turn, they fill in the gaps except the middle.
Okay.
And then on the river, they put out the middle card, and you can play one of 8 boards, like any straight
diagonal
line.
and straights?
Diagonal, horizontal, vertical.
Oh my God.
Any of those are boards. And
Was it the
it's-
best hand out of any of them?
It's the ultimate high.
Oh my god.
That was
That's carnage.
that
yeah.
was exactly as insane as it sounds. And we get a three-way flop here. And everyone's going to whiff. Caitlin does have the betting lead. They check to her. She has the third best hand. Checks through, figuring somebody's got something, which multi-way they usually do. And now Pratt does have a pair of eights. And B has a gut shot. Nobody with a heart.
We'll check it. And it looks like it's going to be Czechoslovakia all the way through here.
Deuce on the river changes nothing. Pratt's 8 will be best at showdown. Even if it's not the 8 of
Yeah,
spades.
Sometimes, you know, you got to win with any of the 8s. Really no reason to bet, yeah.
Checks through. Jack
Show the
high,
power of the 8s.
pair of 8s.
Ah, the Jedi Master in the chat. Hello, Mr. Jedi.
J-Stack offering a super chat for a broth bomb.
$20. Ooh. Well, J-Stack, you don't got to twist my arm, but I don't know how much it will take for Lahti to do one.
I'm
You
not
might,
doing
you
any
might do a
broth bombs.
virgin broth bomb.
If I won the main event, I would do a broth bomb.
Okay.
That's about it.
Well, you would have to fly me out there if I'm not out there already just to do one with you then. How about that?
We can make
Call
that
it,
happen.
call it a deal.
We could make that happen.
I'll probably already be there, but we'll shake on that later.
Yeah,
I'll be at the craps table.
there's an idea. If Bally's or Horseshoe or whatever they're calling it now is going to have any by then.
Yeah. A lot of changing up in the poker community there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's wild. End of an era.
Queen 10 for Pratt
Pratt,
in
another
the first straddle. Kevin going to take a free look at the 7-4 in the second straddle. This is why we straddle, we double straddle so that you get a free look at your 7-4 offsuit, which will flop the best hands.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, how else are you going to see this? You were going to fold under the gun +2, weren't you? But now you get to
Usually.
complete
Instead, you're going to collect the pot.
and ship a giant $67 pot.
What? You want a pot? Who let him do that?
Victoria's saying she just learned how to play craps.
Well, there's many ways to play craps. Everyone thinks they learned how to play.
And
There's 5 million different systems for craps.
I don't
I'm
touch
dark
the
side
pick
all
games.
the time.
I'm not a pick
I'm the
game
jump.
guy. I was in Vegas a few months ago, and I'd met up with a couple people who had played a little bit in the pits. We go to this craps table. I think it was at Resorts World,
Oh, yeah.
and they had it to where they just had a single croupier. They didn't have a whole team running
wow.
the table, and it
That's
was
a
a
lot of
system
work.
where you press you place your bets electronically, like it's a slot machine or something. You feed it money. You press buttons to place your bets.
No way.
No physical chips. And the guy enters the roll every dice roll. They just enter it and the system
The
pays it
system
out.
doesn't? That's
Yeah.
probably makes a lot more sense.
Right up until he screws up, and we have to stop for 20 minutes while
they
they
put
get
the wrong
pit
number
balls.
in?
Yes, they put the wrong number in.
Back to
The missed
poker
one.
as we
Yes,
have
back to poker.
Ace, Queen versus Kings here. But I don't know if I kind of like that because it'll speed up the game. It's better for like systems that are kind of like counter strategies where you're like putting a lot of money out there to win very small amounts. That'll all kind of balance each other out, so you get more rolls in. But
So we
the
get
fun of a craps is to have a million people yelling around.
Yeah, we get the free bet to 210, which Aaron's going to call, holding the hand as strong as ace queen. And Aaron will outflop B. Ace 10-3,
It's like two
two
spades.
spades. And B going to continue because he could have an ace. Unfortunately for him, Aaron does have an ace. Looks like it was 150 for
Yeah,
B.
proper sizing for this configuration.
And Aaron calls, giving B every chance to continue bluffing if he is on a bluff. Also, saving himself if he's up against ace king.
Absolutely. And
He's going to give up now. And I think he's just told Aaron, I don't have an ace.
that's correct. Now in Aaron's position with a good hand such as this, do you try to wait for river to get value, or do you go now?
Two spade draw, two flush draws
Yeah.
out there. I'm going to bet now. I don't want to let a draw get there for free. Or if B ever has like a random king queen gut shot, don't
Right.
want to get there for free.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, I don't think he would check any of those hands. Said that he would continue, but very
Aaron
sound
going
as
small.
well. Yeah, I like the small bet here because this is good. I think he knows that, like, all right, kings, queens are very likely. Maybe queens less likely because he has one, but maybe jacks. He's like, maybe I can string him along here.
He going to call.
All right, we got
Getting
decent pot
getting
here.
adventurous with this call. He's getting a price.
There's the
This
club.
club's probably going to kill the action.
Well, he does have the king of clubs. If anyone wanted to get frisky, they both have a repped club here.
He checks it.
Yeah, I would still find a small bet here if I was Aaron.
And we're folding to a raise, right?
Yes, this is a bet fold scenario for sure. It's like bet something like 400 and fold to a raise.
The raise is going to be all in.
Exactly, because there's 1.2K, so you have to make sure he has enough where you don't like commit yourself. And I think that's exactly about what Aaron went for, maybe a little less, 300.
A quarter pot seems fine.
Yeah, I really like this. And I'm sure in his mind is like, all right, folding to a shove, obviously, but I'm going to try to get value from kings.
So what do you guys think in the chat? You think B finds the call here? Or does he let it go? Or do you think he does something else?
'Cause he does have a candidate to bluff, but
He will let it go.
nicely done.
And now Albert's in the chat too. How are you doing, Albert?
Oh, well,
Another
Albert,
another
good to
TCH Live rag
see
for,
that name.
back in the day.
Mr. Albert, I miss you. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been too long. Throwback Thursday here on
Oh,
TCH
yeah,
Live.
it really is a blast from the past. As we got blasted with a cold front moving in right now as well.
Yeah, like it was 70 and now it's like 45.
Yeah, we're gonna drop below freezing tonight. Make sure you leave some water running, folks. You know, cover your plants.
Gotta love that Texas weather.
It's gonna be a 50 degree gap today. I think we're gonna cover.
Yeah. And somehow no severe thunderstorms. So at least there's that. Give it a couple months, like you're gonna hear when it drops 30 degrees. All right, another hand of 2, 5, 10, 20.
Opening a little light here from the cutoff.
And Jalen definitely.
That
came
is
here to
definitely
play
in the
some hands.
Lahti fold napkin pile.
Yeah, I'm not calling with bad hands. Never. Pratt with the ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, it's more of a 3-bet.
Yeah,
there.
especially in the small blinds.
Yeah.
Especially against a loose player like Jalen, I'm 3-betting
Especially
that.
with a bunch of blinds behind him more than just a big
And
blind.
now
But
Caitlin's going to defend, and Pratt's going to have to play out of position.
I think it would have been a good punt off first time on the straight.
7, 7, 3, couple of clubs. We don't know what Caitlin's
I would
got.
have called you. I need queen with queen of clubs, so I would have called you. I
Caitlin could
played
be
it small enough to
extremely wide here,
with king of clubs, but you didn't go for it.
just completing. So she will have a fair amount of 7s and 3s.
Jalen continuing for 80. Oil under half.
Yeah, Caitlin's going to continue. Again, with a very wide range, many club draws, gut shots,
Slow play
trips,
nuts.
7, yeah, all sorts of hands here.
King of diamonds. It's going to look better for Jay Wynn.
Well, he's got a complete air ball, and if he's going to go with it, that's not a bad turn card for him to keep going with it.
He's got 10 high and a cream, so got to do it.
He's looking for a barrel.
And the 1,000 people that were going to rip on you, like, who are watching now.
180 from
Yeah,
Jay
I
Wynn.
wasn't. I was squinting if that was a black chip or a red chip.
Half
But
pot
it
again.
was just a red chip.
Called you what?
No,
Dan Bill's there.
Oh. No, that's
so we can kind of figure out where Caitlin's at by what she does here. She will have some hands she wants to raise with, and some hands she'll flat with.
It's calling. Feels more like a draw than a 7.
Yeah, that might have been the card for her to ratchet it up if she had a 7. Now the ace comes in, another card. It could be a card for Jay Wynn.
He's going to give up. And
She had a
Caitlin's
little
gonna
pair.
Show the 5s.
Yeah,
Black
very nice.
5s.
Nicely done, Caitlin.
Yeah.
right. Yeah, that's exactly what he is.
Jay Wynn did not find barrel number 3 there. I don't know. He put the, put the pressure on there at the end. Hard to find a call.
Yeah, like that ace is probably the river that she least wanted to see.
Exactly.
What does he have that you want?
Apart from a club.
Fame, power, winning.
And she'd hate to see a club.
Maybe at 35, not at our age. I mean, yeah, if I was like 20 years younger than you.
No, I'm 45. I could have a lot of fun if I was him.
You can have a lot of fun if you were you, man. You just gotta believe in yourself.
I tried that once.
Victoria said she hit the all-world bet there in craps. So you know what that is? We had to hit. The players got to roll every number before they crap out.
I believe you.
I've rolled that once for someone who bet a large amount of money at the Aria, and they won many, many thousands. But I was standing there as a shooter, like expecting like a little grease, grease me
Yeah.
up. No, nothing doing. Bunch of flags for him.
Oh, you just gotta eat a few of those gummies and you can fail real high. I have no idea what's going on.
What is it?
60.
Marginal call.
The younger generation will have no idea what we're talking about.
All right.
So Mark
I don't want anyone to steal my
defend with his ace 3.
They're not listening.
I definitely have a calling hand.
Yeah, but you know what? 7-5 suited, it's a fun hand to mess around with.
Yeah, I like suited one gappers or fun to get involved in later in a position. I mean, depending on the configurations.
B's going to flop a pair.
Don't call him Andy. He doesn't like that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was the thing.
Oh,
No, that's
scary
just
board.
what I.
Can I continue?
Oh, that's why she does it. Sorry. All right, Anderson, I will not repeat that.
Just calling Andy.
That's sort of the handoff. I get to call him Andy and annoy him in
Yeah,
our
so
private
Mark gonna
time.
give it up.
If anybody else calls him Andy, I have to be like, no, that's a me thing.
Oh, I see. It's all coming clear now. Okay. Well, how are things with that whole debacle that happened? Did you get that sorted out? Did your lady get that shit? The dude that like ran off with all the gear?
Yeah, so no, not really. The business is, I guess, still running.
He wouldn't.
Oh no! Is it like that? Oh,
And he's going to take that down.
It's we'll have to have a private conversation.
sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
Thought maybe it was. Yeah, got it all back and life is good.
No, nothing like that.
Sorry.
Hasn't cost me. Hasn't cost me.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Crowd of 20.
Still got the 5-10, 20 going. Not much going on from Anderson tonight, huh?
Yeah, and
Trying to-
anytime he's
trying
had
to
a hands, he hasn't been at the table.
Yeah, exactly. Trying to speak it into existence, get him in the action. Jalen with the little hand that he will like.
Oh, I saw him fold. I'm sorry. Raise to 60. Fold.
Another J-Win open. Makes it 60.
Obligated now to do that.
So it looked like
And Pratt with kings because Pratt's getting all the cards tonight.
right, but it looked like Pratt raised before Jalen acted and had the 60 out already, and then like did one of those. I guess I'll 3-bet. So this is a little bit of a interesting situation going on. Like, cause like Jalen was looking at his watch, and he still had his cards, and Pratt had already put the money out.
Oh, give me one.
Maybe a little bit of
Mama likes.
And it becomes an interesting decision. Like, do I
Yeah.
actually still mess around here? Now that somebody's shown interest in this hand, J-Win is going to call.
Be smooth all the time.
We're going to go heads up to a flop.
Can't make it happen.
Pratt with position and the better hands.
oh wow.
J-Win with an open ender, though.
The 8 of spades on the board will lend itself to completing the draw here.
8 of spades going to be a chaos card.
I am always like this. That is true.
What is mama like?
So J1 leads here, which makes sense on a board like this. It's gonna help. It's gonna probably be much better for him.
Yeah. A little bit scary to be doing it against a pre-flop 3-better, though.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
can't have all the overpairs.
That is true. But J1 likes to steal the aggression lead when he can. And on a board like this, he definitely can't do that.
Against somebody as aggressive as J-Win, I probably just call down. And just
Yeah, just
Don't
put your
give him
foot
any
down.
reason not to
And he
bluff.
has a king of spades, so no reason to like lose it.
Three's going to pair.
Gives him less sets.
Sure does. And now J-Win going to think the better of it and check.
Yeah, that's like not the card that he would continue on. It's kind of a bad sign. Notice Pratt be like,
What else?
kind of
would it
expose
be?
himself here.
Pratt without a whole lot behind. Could just put it in here.
You have to
Yeah,
buy it
the
14
graphics
times.
correct. He has less than pot.
Buy it next
And
door.
it does look like it's a correct count.
Guy for that.
He's gonna
Pratt
bet.
going to put half
Yeah,
the stack in. Which is basically saying the rest of this
Yeah,
is going in
exactly.
on the river.
I don't think you're definitely not getting him the fold here, Jaywood. Yeah, you're like, all right.
You said you had a what?
Maybe he's thinking if he has ace king, he wouldn't do it with ace king. So it's like a 4 or 5 would be good, and now he's just got to rely on a 6 and an ace. He's getting good price.
That's the
it's like
messed up
that's the
thing. He's
thing.
getting a
Like,
good price.
like Pratt, you know, with that bet is gonna actually give him the opportunity to call and then check fold his misses.
What's crazy is I it into 40,000 miles. Check up.
And
Oh, it's
J-Win's
a-
going to make a pair.
Yeah, so that's probably gonna force him to call in the end.
And J-Win's going to say, I put you on ace king.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
think he,
king,
I think
king
he
for Pratt.
could have. Yeah, he would have been able to
Pratt's going
just
to
check
double
fold,
up.
but now he's got to hit his share.
It's like, God damn it.
This one had the sticker said 160 something. Yeah, plus the add-ons. No, bullshit. Then I get back and he said, you want to drive one of the Macans? I said, sure.
Going to get the count, going to get the pot shipped over to Pratt.
The Macan S, and that's a rocking little car too. I test drove the Lamborghini this one first.
So is this a Steamdola upon the night candidate?
Heavy car, but it's got a pair of brakes on it.
It was semi-reasonable. I don't know if that's the 10-8 would have been the punt if he blasted off in the river and got called by Caitlin there, because there was just no reason for him to open or lead or bet the turn at all.
Yeah.
But he kind of saved himself. It was like a half punt. It was like the I don't know what other term he used
Yeah.
there. It was the intentional walk of the night. I don't know.
Look at me, guys.
And we did see those VPIPs. Anderson right now the only one below the Lahti line.
So right now my over is looking good since you gave it 0.5.
yeah, we said 0.5. Then again, like Anderson hasn't been at the table for the good hands,
That's true.
unfortunately.
He would have
Like
opened
there's
3
been at
times.
least 2 hands that definitely would have been played had he been there.
And then he folded the queen jack suited under the gun.
That was surprising.
But, you know, that could change in a hurry. But he does have J-Win to his left, you know, which is kind of unfortunate for, you know, Anderson plays pretty snug pre-flop. And when you have like someone like J-Win to your direct left, you're just going to get 3 bet a ton. And it kind of has to like feel like you have to narrow your range up. There you go. We talked it into
Yeah. Okay. We just
We
talked
got
it
him in
into
there.
existence.
Yeah, we made it happen. The universe says hello.
And I said to my friend, I was like, you know, look at all those things. About 300 people or something.
Kevin calls and he is super duper crushed here with the 10-9.
How about a 10-9 deuce flop?
Yeah, that would
Not
certainly
quite.
get everything in. King Jack deuce. How about that? Cut
Good.
shot for Kevin. Check, check. A lot of overs.
Oh, no.
And now Kevin with the open enter.
So decides to bet on the 8.
So I got out. I'm not going to decide. I got on the roof of the car and I took a deep bow.
85 from Anderson. Quick call from Kevin. Looking for
Dodge
queen or a
the
7.
river. Queen ball.
Gets his queen. Kevin holding the second nuts. The king high straight. Unlikely to make any money off of this though. Anderson downgraded to 4th pair.
Yeah, that's not that 10. It's not looking very pleasant on a board like that.
Quick fold.
So just can't get the engine started as of yet for Mr. Anderson.
So it was my first year of my master's would have been 1990. So the car was an 86 model.
86 base model.
86.
A lot of crap talk in the chat.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have brought it up.
For the 928,
That's fine. You know, we got to get the chat talking about something.
8-cylinder.
Yeah, well, you know, we all got to pretend to be good at something.
Especially the later models. The 95 is so sexy.
But I'm usually I don't get much love at the craps table since I don't pass.
I could just never get into those games.
I
I would
play
save myself some
that
money.
and well, you know, I play the tiles, the Pygame tiles, which is kind of that one's fun. It's pretty much a 50-50 game, but you pay a commission, so it's not too bad. Craps is bad. Craps, you lose all the money.
Yeah. 8 of hearts, 8 of diamonds. Where does that rank?
You were the biggest
It's
fan
actually
tonight.
the second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom.
The only other worst combination is clubs.
Okay. So the Steamdola number 5.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Oh, but it just
But
smashed
yeah,
top
the
set.
8 of spades.
Yeah, I
just
know,
comes
but this
right
is
in.
bad news.
Top
Watch.
set.
Top set versus the open ender. This could be
I think we got a big pot here.
a cooler time. But it is the 8 of spades, so I might actually help him in dodging it.
Has to be double the previous bet, baby.
Yeah, it might be like a 9 on a turn.
I've been teaching
80
these
from
ladies
Steve,
how to play
and
poker from scratch. I'm just having a hoot and a half. I
Kevin
absolutely
has
love it. I see
put in
them
the check raise to 250.
It's like mostly a networking event for them. They're drinking
Now,
wine.
if
Do
you're
you
Steve,
three-bet
do
the
you
flop?
3-bet this, or do you just call?
I think this is a fine spot to put the 3-bet in.
And he does just that.
Teach them how to degen.
There's a lot of turns you're going to hate.
Yeah,
They want to
exactly.
bet more and more and more. They wanted to min bet every street, but I'm like, no, we can play.
Steve makes it 680.
There's a lot of just combo draws that are going to get their money in anyway. So
That's a call from Kevin. Don't know how much he has behind. Might be more than the graphics say.
he's covering those black chips. Oh
yeah,
he's got,
yeah,
oh, he's
Kevin's
got
got
quite a
plenty
bit.
more.
Yeah, he's got quite a bit.
Yeah, they're actually deeper than it looks here. But I imagine Steve's next bet will be all in. And the 5 does not change anything.
Looks scary.
It does look scary. It is 4 to a straight now. And Kevin's going to
shoves.
lead all in, and
Yeah,
Steve's going to hold his nose and call.
Yep.
Do anything, I guess.
He is ahead. Fading a check or a 6. I think they're going to run it twice.
All right,
That's one brick.
One brick city.
That's
And no
another
chop.
brick.
No chop this time.
No, that's a scooper for the 8s, actually.
We have blood. So even the 5th best pocket 8s is still good.
Yeah. All you need is the 8 of spades to come.
Yeah, well, it's good when the 8 of spades hits the flop. Yeah,
Also, not a bad just the 7 hands on the board.
yeah, it's very good. 87.
Yeah, especially you're playing single draw.
875. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, single draw. Triple draw, that's
I'm less
mediocre.
enthusiastic, but it's still okay.
Depending on who you're playing on. If you're playing against people that call down the whole table, calling down all the way, it's not
Yeah.
so good. Playing against reasonable players, it's pretty good. Did you play some triple draw the other night?
I did play some triple draw the other night. There was at least one round of it.
Yeah. Was it? Was there a lot of people seeing all the cards, or
There were some multi-way pots.
Yeah. It's juicy.
Yeah, that's the thing. But you know what? Those multi-way pots are also a lot of fun though in the split pot games. When you
Yeah.
smash it on one
that's
side.
that's what you. When you want that loose action on the split pot game.
Yeah, you make your money when it's multi-way when you have one side of a split pot.
For sure.
Like the other night, we were playing Archie, which is a high-low triple draw game. I was dealt quad kings. And the pot remains 5 ways to the river.
Everybody chasing their
So
low.
that was good. And so, somebody made a low, and then we capped the river. And then I chopped a big pot. Unfortunately for one guy, he caught aces full on the river.
Oh man, that is walking into it.
That's
That
a
guy, he
massive
was
core.
licking his chops. And were you drawing one the whole time, or did you pad it at all?
I
Disguise
drew
your
one
hand.
on flop and turn. I drew one, and then once the raise went in on the turn from the guy with the low, I then padded.
Right. So were you trying to rep? Well, how the guy that made the low, was he putting in the last raise, or you?
He put in. I put in the third bet. He put in the raise. I put in the third bet, and he just flatted
Oh,
turn. And then on river,
Well,
on river, everybody
doesn't
was
matter.
raising.
Everyone's capping it because
Everybody was capping.
Yeah.
Like I had, like he had a good low. I had quads. Somebody had aces full. Somebody
Yeah.
had a flush that he overvalued,
Yeah, flush.
and the money just
See you
piled
later,
in.
flush. Yeah, I got to quad aces one time, and ended up getting the scooper against a flush and a full house as well. But
Fun.
it was a measly 5-10 game, so we weren't
Yeah, I was playing a bit bigger.
yeah, a little bit bigger.
I've seen a lot of spider talk in the chat.
Jim Beam was better than that Canadian.
Had a bad experience with a spider bite one time. Made me real sick. I'm not really fond of spiders myself.
Yeah, they do their part. Yeah, I don't want to mess
serve a
around. They
purpose.
can hang out in their own environment.
Just
come
don't bite
hang
me,
out with me.
please.
But they don't bite as often as people make it out to be. They're not just gonna come over there and I want to bite you. You startle them, they'll give you one.
And Aaron's 3-bet bluff gonna get the job done against Steve's ace-10 offsuit. Well done, Aaron.
Yep, that's a great candidate for the small blind. Much better
Yeah,
to
this
do
is-
that than call with king 10.
This is why if
Or
you look
fold.
at the GTO stuff, like they really like 3-betting your small blinds with pretty much everything. Because
Yeah, 3-better
you
fold is, I mean, it's, and it gets even more incentivized in these blind games with the straddles and double straddles where you're just in no man's land of your calling in the small
yeah,
blind.
if you're calling, you're gonna be playing a pot out of position and probably multi-way.
Yeah, you're incentivizing the straddles, and they're not going to fold. The guy completing the straddle is can't fold anymore. He's getting such a good price.
Yeah, you really would rather just take it down pre-flop than play for the rest of the way from the small blinds.
Take that dead money.
But we got like a lot of great
Ace Jack for Kevin now.
Yeah, so the week 3 we had the video.
They got the similar combination of fucking eights here.
It's just because they're such large files. You know,
See if they can do it back to back.
a pain in the ass.
A couple of set miners here.
Do we have a
This
seven
is
deuce
where we
game?
find out.
No.
The answer is no.
Yeah, that would have.
That was the moment.
He like postured like it was 7 deuce game. Maybe he was remembering if they were playing or not.
Three
Eight of
ways
spades
so
on the
far.
flop. What do you think?
The amount of games it was, but I'm guessing.
Not this time.
Not again.
Top pair for Kevin.
The quality you want to send up, because they re-encode everything, so you don't want to mess with it. So like, the raw file's going to be fucking.
125.
He sends me, I think he sends me over something somewhat compressed. He sends me over an MP4.
Checks through to Kevin. That's 125. Oh.
Goes kind of big
Yeah.
there.
Oh.
Does want protection against a diamond or a straightening card. Kevin will take it there. You say Huardo, if I'm saying that right. I don't think they're playing 7 deuce. If
Yeah, I mean
if
that
they
would have
were,
been.
I think we would have heard
Yeah,
from B just
that was a
then.
prime spot
Banking
to
on the fact that they mostly sold
try to
it.
take it down right there with a 3-bet.
Because I say some outrageous.
And don't think that's going to be the case tonight. Maybe they'll put it on later. Maybe they won't. I don't know if the Thursday game ever really gets it going, right?
7 deuce, we do that sometimes.
Sometimes.
Aaron will try and advocate for the 9 trays of hearts.
I like the 9 tri- Oh, the suited variety, yeah.
It has to be
Only
hearts.
hearts.
Has to be hearts.
I like that. One singular hand.
I'm not a believer.
Because the 7 deuce gets a little out of hand sometimes because it gets around a lot more than you think.
Okay, we got 8s
Yes.
with the native
Yeah, well,
spades.
we got
And
number
against
3.
5s again.
Number 3.
It's like deja vu.
Yeah.
So I assume all the 8 of spades combos are the top 3.
Yes. Obviously.
Yes, obviously. Obviously.
I haven't been playing much as of late, but I got one session in like a couple weeks ago for the first time in a while. I got a huge pot where it had number 1, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts versus ace king. The flop was ace king, 8 of diamonds, and there you go for stacks. Very easy.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, there, what do you think I have? And they figured it out pretty quick.
He wants action so bad you just fucking bomb the flop.
And Mark does bet it and take it down with number 3.
I can actually hear your commentary in my ear. As I was thinking that
Steve Pratt and Jwin with 23% PFR. Everyone else.
Don't try to win.
A lot of people, 6%. 3 people at 6%. That's very rare.
Sky high.
Kevin, I like
Well, you know, you get the limping, you get the clawing.
Impossible.
A lot of calling.
Yep. Call.
Not a big fan of the call.
I had my favorite cards, 9 and 10, but it was a lot of
the worst I've heard you say is
So, if you haven't done so already, have a look at the link we've pinned in the chat, SaveDallasPoker.com. Big hearing coming up on Tuesday where they're going to hear TCH's appeal as to why TCH Dallas should retain its operating permit. You can read up on the whole issue there and find out how you can take action. We got Mark with some 6s, making it 75.
Is there any way we can do like a letter and have a bunch of people sign it that play cards in the area and send it?
If people wanted to sign a letter together, I mean, they certainly are
That's
free
probably make an impact, don't you think? Maybe I'll start
What?
something.
to. Letters from a whole bunch of people could also make an
Yeah,
impact.
yeah, you're right. You're right.
Both are viable options. We see a turn, 4 of hearts. Steve is hanging out with 8 high. And he's firing at this. But Mark has a set, so
The
if the graphics are right,
the
they may
graphics
not
are a
be
little
right.
jumbled up, but I think they're all the correct cards, right? Jumbled up.
Maybe. The 4 was the turn.
Yeah, there's jumbled
Okay.
up.
Okay, the cards are correct. So Mark does have a set. And Steve has butt kiss. Mark
He
is
has
going to put in the
belief.
raise for because like that is still a scary board. Oh, wow. How's this for a familiar face in the chat? Mike Young bought the original voice of this program.
Oh, Mikey.
Hashtag Steam
Steam Team. You know, the original #1 team.
Original voice of this program. Great to see you, Mike. Hope you're doing great.
Yeah, we miss you, buddy. It's been a long time. He was the stepping stone that Texas Guardhouse Live jumped upon.
Yeah, it definitely helped establish this program, and it's a part of this program's history. That's right, the way. Gotta type that in the chat.
It is the way. Where is Ernesto anyway?
Haven't seen him forever.
It's still the way.
Come on back, the way.
All right, Mark gonna open here to 90. 90 for nines.
Yeah.
Entirely too much money.
He's a numerologist.
Is he?
Yeah, no, I don't know. That was a bluff.
Just sound like you know
called
what you're
my,
talking
you called
about.
my
That's the
bluff
trick.
very quickly.
It's amazing where you can get in life.
I've been pretty good at pretending like I know what I'm doing for a long time. Ernesto went AWOL, according to Nick from Yuma.
Which,
Who is
by the way,
also
where's
not
Nick
here.
from
Yeah,
Yuma?
where is Nick? You know, I'm sad to see that my long layoff and the comeback, no Yuma.
Someone tell Nick from
He has a
Yuma
busy schedule.
we got a TCHLive reunion happening right now.
I think he would be loving this lineup right now.
Yeah, between the lineup and the booth and the chat, like we have everybody,
Yeah.
and I'm all for it.
All systems go. He's probably playing 100, 200 somewhere, you know.
Absolutely playing the nosebleeds. No, seriously, Mike gave me my first shot back here, and I am definitely grateful for that. And I hope I'm doing the show justice. Jay Wynn raising with a legitimate holding this time. Makes it 75 with the ace jack, and Pratt has
Man,
queens.
Pratt just
Because of
hands.
course Pratt has queens.
I want to see his distribution, man. Unbelievable. So many hands.
So I wonder, like, have they started like before the show drawing for who gets all the cards?
Yeah,
Like it seems like
who
there's
gets all
one
the
guy
cards
every
seat?
time. Last time I was back here, it was a gentleman from California who just won all the big pots
Oh,
and won like 6 or 7 grand in 4 hours.
sometimes they smile upon you.
Jay Wynn gonna call.
Oh, Lord.
Oh wow! Jay Wynn with top pair, but Pratt with middle set.
Jalen will check it over. Smallish bet here.
Jay Wynn's gonna go
Yeah.
nowhere.
Probably could have went a little bigger considering he has a middle set, and Jay Wynn is likely to have an ace. But it is fine as well.
What can get stacked to pot? They can get it in by the river.
Yep. On the clubs, not going to do much. And Pratt does.
See how
if he
big he
goes.
goes here.
Something like 2/3 maybe. A little bit smaller.
Yeah, I'd want at least 400. He makes it 350.
Yeah, it's hard to get stacks in.
I'd probably go like closer to 400, 450 so that I could get it in by the river.
Right, because they're definitely looking to do so.
Like imagine we get a 3 of spades on the river and Jay Wynn has top pair and all the flushes bricked.
Yeah, exactly.
all the straights bricked.
Yeah, everything like there's a lot of brick cards here that Jay Wynn's gonna have to call down.
I don't see how Jay Wynn can fold yet. Like it sucks that Pratt was the 3-better and he could definitely have the nut hands, but you also have some stuff that you beat. He's going to call Jack of Hearts on the river, so ace is up for Jay Wynn.
Interesting.
Front door hearts come in.
Kind of like a. Let's see what that does. Now, obviously, Jay Wynn should check over again. Does that freeze up Pratt at all?
That's a good question.
He's got exactly pot. It looks
Yeah.
like.
So if you're Pratt, are you going all in, or are you going for a smaller size? Are you going for 0?
Well, Yeah, that's the kind of thing he's got to run himself through here. It's like, all right, what heart combinations does Jaywin actually have in his range? And he does check
checks
it
it
back. Yeah,
back.
I don't think check back is ever what it should be. But he could have come up with like a half pot or like a third pot and fold to a raise type of situation.
Are we folding to a J-Win
But
raise?
yeah, not Jaywin though. That's the thing. You got to know your opponent. But maybe he didn't want that to happen, so he's like, let me just take this.
J-Win doesn't seem to be in a folding mood tonight.
Yeah. So maybe against Jaywin, do you just go for it? What a kind of a unfortunate card there to get the checks.
Absolutely one-night straddle.
But he really doesn't have that many combinations of hearts. So. King 10 of hearts, which is a royal, I believe, right?
Yeah, that would be a royal flush.
Very royal, so.
You know what? There have been a couple of times in my life that I've run into a royal flush.
I haven't, and I've never had one either in live poker, so.
I've had a few.
I've seen you have
I've even
one.
had one in Hold'em once.
I saw you having a mix game.
Yeah, sassy, like I just catch on Fifth Street.
Yeah, you just got
Like,
dealt it.
okay. Sometimes they just give you a royal. And Mark raising with his ace, and Aaron showing that he had nothing.
I don't know why certain hands stick out in my mind. They do over the years. Ace Jack sticks in my mind.
Oh, well, we've had a little bit of a...
I was like twice in 1 week for like 2
You should have seen it before they got these chairs. Wait, you're having it the same or the sheriff's just...
Is that the
No, the
50?
I believe that's a Y50 from J-Win.
All right. Trying
So
to get it back.
Are we still feeling good about checking back that river?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just, know
Like
who you're against here.
J-Win's giving action tonight.
Yeah. You're not value betting against Will the Knit there on the end. I think you're going to play pretty perfect against the bet there, William.
Someone's thrown it away for sure.
Maybe. I mean, when I improve on the river, it gets harder to fold if I improve on that river.
Right.
Because now I'm beating Ace King.
Straddle.
Yeah, triple down, man. Let's go. Jaywin wants all of my chips. That's what that straddle is all about.
I think he just wants his chips back. I don't think everything's about you, Aaron. Got you, Jay.
Did I take many?
Ace King for Mark. See if
Listen, all right.
he can get some value.
Even protect me from Aaron, please.
Have to do a little bump bump.
Over a $50 straddle.
It's a $40 straddle. It's like, sorry. I got out of,
Yeah, it could have been 50, but it was just 40. And in any case, Ace King gonna be good. And he's gonna show it.
We've taken your drugs.
A pound of weed is now
I see
gone.
Skullbones in the chat.
You brought enough for the whole class.
You bring some cubes of cheese.
Goddamn right.
Can I have one?
Help yourself, lady. Yeah, I'm doing keto now, so.
it's like they're passing around some candy over there. That's where they are on. Getting the table going.
Yeah.
All right.
Get them away from me.
King Jack of Spades for B.
A lot of these good hands are coming in early pose-ish.
Seems that way. Not so many big blind specials.
No, not yet.
Ramen noodles, mac and cheese, fucking Alfredo. Oh my god.
Looks up a little jack ten suited. Believe that's a
Fine
call.
hands.
In position, very fine.
Defending button.
Anderson's still looking at napkins.
She's dominated this time, but this is a hand that flops great. J-Win also dominated, taking the flop with the king nine.
Everybody in the same wheelhouse here.
And
Little
we got
piece for everybody.
top pair for B and J-Win. Got shot for Caitlin. And some
Backdoor
hearts.
Yeah.
their spades,
Yeah, but you don't need that many, right? If you get them full, you can get the amount that you need.
Continuing for 60.
garlic and olive oil.
Caitlin gonna float,
Yeah, I'd like to float in a
even
position
with
here.
a player behind.
But
Well,
I can still use the pesto either
you know, J1's, again, they're going to be pretty wide
right, or you can do
pre-flop, and, you know, she has a lot of turns. Obviously, if he raises, she can just get out of there.
Yeah,
She has a lot of
Caitlin-
really good turns, then she can amp up the aggression.
Instead, it's going to be the case king giving trips for J1 and B, so they probably pile some money in here. I think Caitlin just gets out of here now.
Very, very easy escape.
I was going to say, if she doesn't pick anything up, I think she's got to be gone on this street.
Yeah, J1's going to lead here.
when you're doing a thing.
Interesting lead, but
That's it.
But you know what? He does. He does probably have a few more middle pairs.
Yeah, well, it's a king, though. It's kind of iffy because, you know, 3B should have a lot of good ones as well. Like, I believe of it as like a 5 on the turn, like, then a lead makes a lot of sense. It's going to get a little dicey, I think. Ooh, I thought that was a 9 for a second.
And that would have been the spiciest, I think.
Yeah. J1's going to...
Goes for 500,
Sure,
just
with a quick
gets
call.
called.
And sees the bad news.
1,800 pot going B's way.
Starting to see some chips move around.
Yeah, which if you're J-Win, that's the problem with defending straddle with a hand like King 9 against an early position opener.
Yeah, and that's
you're
what
going to be dominated a lot.
That's why I don't know about that lead on the turn because, you know, it wasn't a late position open. And again, like, if he's calling you, you know, he doesn't necessarily just have ace. Like, if it's a middling card, like a 10, ace 10, you know, 8 flop and then a 10 turns, like, makes a little bit more sense. But the king is very well represented by the early positions. Get yourself pipped. Or run into aces.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, like, it sounds tight, but I just fold pre.
Yeah, the king 9 is
Not even suited.
maybe suited. Like you can even like go for a squeeze.
Yeah, but you're not even thrilled about top pair there. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
that's the problem. Like they just it plays so poorly post flop. I'd much rather have a hand like 7-5 suited or 7-4 suited. Than
Yeah.
king 9.
You're going to have 2 live cards a lot more often. J-Win having kings this
Oh,
time.
there you go, Pat.
Well, his
Did he
king's
add
not
on?
going to be pipped this time. I don't think he's added
Yeah, I
on
don't
yet.
think he did yet.
I don't know.
He might be.
I don't think that's a brush behind him. I think that's another dealer behind him holding a tip box.
He might be steaming that he didn't put add on yet.
No, well, showing 900. He does have a pink in his stack.
Yeah, but Mark, who opened, is sitting at 3K.
Oh, wow. Ace Jack suited for B.
Yeah, so there's big stacks in there. And he's got a big hand.
All the options available.
I mean, J1 could be steaming here, so it's a
Absolutely.
really good spot for a 4-bet.
I don't even think I think it's up to Adam. Adam doesn't know I'm not doing it. Roger's like, well, who am I going to There hasn't been before. Besides it.
He's definitely thinking about this. Might he be considering
Yeah.
a 4-bet?
Oh, that's
He's just going to let it go.
not what I was expecting, but I guess it's reasonable.
Mark with the freeze.
Yeah, and it's kind of, J1's a little shallow now. If you continue with these threes.
He's going to have a little over pot. And we're going to just
Yeah.
get the fold.
Yeah, I think if they're a little deeper, they're going to feel it. Start to get set.
And I'm figuring, am I live against
I'm surprised though that with the meta going on and with the fact that Jay Wynn just lost a couple of big hands, that
Yes, King, let him go.
Ruby didn't jump on that.
It what probably was for 700.
Chris, I'm adding on 3. For the power.
I was hoping you were going to flat. Then I'm bring.
Who wants a Topo Chico? I kind of want a Topo Chico right now too. I'm thirsty. Speaking of that, I'm looking at my my empty drinks over here. I don't know. Seth, what kind of junior producer is over there? Something.
I'll tell you what, if you look at that light counter, I think we could get you a broth bomb.
Are we getting there?
We're over 200.
Let's up it to 25. What do you guys say?
Getting right out of town.
Over 200 likes, 211 likes.
Well done, people. All right, well,
Well done, chatters.
we will do that after the broadcast, or
Yeah.
at some point. I don't care.
Yeah, we'll figure that out, and I'll certainly
We'll live stream it
video
on
that.
Instagram.
And you should find. I should let you know where to follow me at Lahti William on Twitter and Instagram. Posting that in the chat right now.
And young blood let me know about having a broth bombs will be had tonight. We hit our amount for the night. But in the meantime, I'm gonna have whatever junior super mediocre producer is gonna give me in my cup.
Seeing chips getting thrown around, I think this is a J-Win top up happening as we're getting the
Bomb bomb.
bomb pot dealt out. The single board
Broth bomb pot. If you win, you have to do a broth bomb. Thank you, sir. 778.
But the 8 of spades.
Oh, 3 queens. for
That's
Anderson.
too many queens.
It's a good start to an Archie hand.
Sure is.
So for those of us playing the 9-3 of hearts game, I came up with a fun little side game for the dealer, which is if he flops the 9-3 of hearts, we give him 5 bucks.
8663 J-Win with top pair and not much else.
Still 7 there for
Trip 7s for B with an ace. Gonna make it 125, about half pot.
I don't understand why you don't
a lot
love
of folds.
Because there's just another way to gamble.
Yeah, but it doesn't affect the main game anymore.
Aaron's holding
Caught up.
and look like he's grabbing chips. So
Aaron's gonna call. The graphics are gonna get there eventually.
Aaron with a 7 in his hands.
Or a draw.
They sure as shit shouldn't. I pay a good fee for it.
Heads up. We don't know what Aaron's got. There's another 8 on the board, so
What was I trying to get?
Let's go
accomplished? I
B-Town.
forgot.
You'd think that Aaron and all of his experience on this table would scan his cards.
yeah.
Come on, Aaron.
Oh no, someone said.
And it's kind of a pain to get the PLO scan, though. I mean, when you have more than 2
I know.
cards, that's
I did the same thing all the time.
it's a pain.
Burned it down. What'd they do?
Aaron now betting 300, saying, "Hey, I just got there."
That's what he's saying.
He has at least 3 8s, he's saying.
That'll be $700.
Think it's likely that he flopped the joint.
B is going to call with those trips.
He wants an ace.
And I find out on this river what Aaron's got, I think. 4 of hearts. What'd you have there? Aaron's just popped by, and we're told that he has it.
I named you Professor now. You're a Professor, Aaron. All right.
Now you got to work. You're up for tenure soon. You're up for tenure. You got to work your ass off now.
Yeah, you didn't.
Yeah. So, yeah, Aaron stepping out now.
Ace 7 9 deuce.
Yeah, he does have the A7, so they have the same hand. Chop it
I
up.
know, it was unlikely, but I was like,
It's so easy when you see the cards.
To be clear for those wondering, us in the booth, we're seeing the delayed images. We're seeing images that happened 15 minutes ago.
We're
So
time
nobody could run into the booth and find out what the other guy's got in hand because first of all, you can't run away during your hands.
traveling.
But
It
second
would
of
be
all,
quite a paradox, now wouldn't it?
yeah, you
They would
can't
have to
abandon
step
your
into a
hands.
time machine and then come in the booth and then step back into the time machine.
Yeah.
Go back to their seat.
Nor can you snipe the stream by tanking for 15 minutes because production will call clock before that.
Turn like you always have.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever been that.
Yeah, we haven't. It hasn't come to that. It came close one time.
But I fucking did it in my head, which
Was it you?
No,
Was it Jay Win?
no.
I'm at a.
It was a hand that happens a month ago that we're not going to talk about.
Oh, I know exactly what it is. Never mind. I didn't bring it up.
Can we get to
Of
350
course,
likes by
350 is
10?
nothing. I'm gonna do
Hell
a
yeah.
chicken broth bomb.
Hell yeah.
Actually, we should add an ingredient to the broth bomb for 350.
look, to get you off the cuff.
Tequila, chicken broth, and what else?
Or
I don't know.
like you
I'm not creative
We
enough
can
to
add
come up with
espresso
something
to it.
gross.
We can the broth on the go bomb. Power
Sure.
bomb. Power bomb.
Jacks for Caitlin. She makes it 60. Jaywin, not a believer in the 9 triz.
Someone's got to send some Anderson luck so you can play a hand. So it seemed like I think one flop.
Caitlin not getting any action with her jacks. But for some people, it's just the way they like it.
That's not really her style. I think she likes to battle in the pots.
There's some people who will just like 20 exit with jacks because they really don't want to see
I
it
don't
flop.
want to. I don't know what to do with jacks.
Or ace king, that's another
They
one.
just go all in. It's like one. It's like playing 2-5. It's like a limp, and then 1,000.
Yeah. it's like jacks, tens, and sometimes ace king.
I have king. I have ace king. Just fold. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely those two hands. Like,
Yeah.
no other hands kind of fall into that category. I don't know what it is about jacks. It just freaks everyone out.
Queen 9 of hearts for Aaron.
Nice little hand from the cutoff. Professore. See, I did it. I willed the kings to his
Yes.
hand.
You speak it into existence.
My goodness.
Anderson clicking it up with the kings, making it 150. And Aaron has an incredible price.
This configuration is a call, I would believe.
Oh, definitely call.
Yeah. Your cutoff button here. Oh, my
Oh, and
goodness, but the king of
queens.
diamonds.
Ah.
All right, he has the king of diamonds. We're okay.
Anderson, the equity favorite, despite Aaron having the better made hands at the moment. Anderson having the diamond draw. Also the counterfeit possibility with the 6
Counterfeiter.
and the king.
And a 10 or jack to add more outs.
And Aaron going for the check raise.
Gonna make sure he has the king of diamonds before he ships it.
Here it goes.
And he's just like, all right, there's the only hand I've had all night.
So
He's like,
we
what
have
the
an
hell?
all-in and a call.
And they're gonna go 2 times, and it's not gonna be a chop watch.
Twice is nice.
I feel like Aaron's gonna hold both times.
Aaron fading a diamond, 6 or a king.
He's gonna fill up.
Graphics are going to get this action right.
No, they're not. All right. No idea. That looks like a low club and a high club.
All right, so
That's one brick.
Aaron's going to hold the first board.
Oh, that's
Where
an
are we
extra
pushing 3 cards? We're going to push 2 cards. That's right.
card. That would hurt Anderson. 10 ball, a little more outs. 6 ball for the counterfeit.
That is the counterfeit, so we're going to chop it up. Kings
What do you
and
know?
6s for Anderson on the second board. Queens and 9 is going to be good for Aaron. Yeah, Mo the Cat, I'm only not diving into that because it's already been litigated to death on other videos throughout YouTube. So I really have nothing to add.
Yeah, it's been
But
clearly stated.
yeah.
Thereabouts. Never run it twice. We get our money back. That's the way it was supposed to be. We made like $10.
So many action flops, so many chops. How is this
Yeah.
a thing?
We gotta take the run it twice counter. You get one a night.
How about tens? How about tens for Caitlin?
Jacks, tens. Same wheelhouse.
Yeah, lots of pairs.
See if Anderson can keep the streak going of having a hand.
Mark with a suited ace.
Oh, Mark is going on with ace 7. Okay.
Anderson not interested in duck hunting. What do you know? Anderson just saved himself a bunch of money. He would have had bottom set, and Steve would have the nut straight right now with his 6-4.
Well,
Caitlin's-
right now he saved himself money.
Caitlin's got an overpair, and she's going to continue.
Oh wow.
Mark with the gut shot, going to call, and this is music to Steve's ears. He does put in the raise. Makes it 225. And I think Caitlin's going to have a hard time getting away because how often does he have 6-4?
Well, he has some ace 4. Yes.
Yeah, ace-4 is more reasonable. Caitlin does call.
This is should be the exit door for Mark here.
This should be an easy fold for Mark. We see Mark drawing almost dead, and he does fold.
Not a great
Ace
card
on the
there for
turn.
Caitlin.
It's going to slow the action down.
No.
Steve's going to bet, but now Caitlin's going to see that it's 4 to a straight and the ace hit. So there's not much she's beating anymore. And that's as much as Steve's going to get for that straight.
That was the action killer.
Daniel's suggesting is running once or 3 times. I have been in a pot where we've run 3 times and we've chopped. The other thing is you'd be surprised how hard it can be for pots to get cut into with thirds, which is something that people are not accustomed to. And chopping a pot 2 ways is second nature. Once you cut it a third way, you got to think about it. But I do like having a winner. B gonna open his ace on the button. Steve gonna call the better ace. Caitlin with the Dolly Parton.
He's working. Work that 9-5.
B's got a gut shot.
A reasonable spot to continue. A lot of give up, give up, give up.
And that's how that goes.
It's easy peasy.
Nobody with anything.
Right, chip count, got a couple stacks over 3K here. We got some money on the table right now.
Lots of 2,500 plus stacks. Almost everybody 2,500 plus.
Not too bad for 2, 5, 10, 20, 40 sometimes.
Yeah, and it's only been 2 hours. And I mean, we start with $1,000 initial cap, and then it's a full match to stack after the first hands. And look how this game's escalated in just 2
Yeah,
hours.
and there could have been a lot more on the table if there wasn't some magic chops on these run it twice boards. But, you know, sometimes that's how the cards fall.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of spots where they were pretty close, so it wasn't like
Not a lot of
rare.
huge suckouts.
Yeah, it was pretty much coin flips, 60-40s. What do you think about this limp from the button with 9-6 offsuit?
I think it's unnecessary.
You put it in your book of plays.
Probably not. That's another hand where maybe some people do it for the lulls.
Could be for the walls. Could be boredom.
Could be boredom as well.
You know, we get a little antsy sometimes. We have to fold 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I guess. We're not as trained as you, sir.
Heads up. And don't know what the flop is. Mark is continuing with his king queen. Steve puts in the check raise to 325. Mark is calling. I don't know what's on the board. 9-6-3, couple of spades, so top pair for Steve. So Steve well ahead at the moment. Mark without even a draw.
We're down to fucking raw.
Griffiths are catching up.
Yeah, he already called the raise.
I believe so.
Last bourbon. Wow. Got the last bourbon.
Turn does not help Mark.
It's at Float City.
It's just Bacardi just plain wrong.
Speaking of things that are probably unnecessary. And yes, your king queen high's beating some spade draws, but
Yeah,
it's a lot of stuff you don't beat.
you'd much rather have at least an ace high, just in case they're doing it with an ace high flush draw, and then you don't beat that. You know what I mean?
And
It's
are
like-
you seriously calling down if he keeps firing?
I love it, but
Yeah, but now Steve's going to check, and he's going to let Mark fire again.
Wow.
Now, is this a call, or do we maybe see a double check raise?
Ooh, this is wild. But
we see-
Mark did this earlier. In one of the first hands, he played a hand like kind of like this and got it done. I forgot the details, but I remember something similar.
Do we think Steve was trying to buy himself a showdown with the, or at least buy himself a river?
Yeah, probably.
And if you're Steve, what do you do now? Like, do you put in the double check raise? Do you call?
I mean, the opponent just looks so strong here. It's but if you, yeah, it's just one of those problems of raising a hand like a weak
Top pair, a bad
Yeah.
kicker. No draw.
Yeah.
He's going to call. Let's see a river. Mark's going to get there with the pair of
goodness.
kings.
Oh wow! You know he's gonna just bet it for value.
Now Mark's going to go huge. He's going to go 1,500.
Oh, man, I don't blame Steve for in the blender
No.
here. He's like, what is going on in his hand? I mean, obviously, you know, Mark could definitely have like king, queen, king, jack of spades that got there like this. Like that, those hands make sense.
Yeah, some spade draws make top pair.
Yeah.
You're beating a lot of other spade draws that you don't block. This is what happens when we check raise jack 9.
Yeah, that's why I just don't like getting carried away with those, you know, protection raises without a good kicker in like spots like this. 'Cause he didn't want to play a big pot with, you know, pair of nines. Mark would just win a monster pot just with a hand that he had no business in at all.
Steve gonna let it go. And Mark gonna
Wow, shows
show.
him. He's like, what is going on? My
Steve's
goodness.
head is probably exploding on the
Yeah,
inside.
wow. Wild. That was an interesting highlight hand right there.
Yeah. Squiroo suggesting a bottled broth bomb. Can you imagine somebody bottling that?
Already in the process of the patent.
And we can't say too
broth
much.
bomb on the go. Broth on the go. It's going to be in most domestic flights coming this spring.
So we should expect an uptick in belligerent fighting airline passengers.
Yeah.
Because that stuff will make you go
TikToks.
mad.
More TikToks. I don't need any more. The airline industry has had an interesting couple of years.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow I've never been on a flight where people have been fighting. Like, I'm
flown a
taking the
lot,
wrong
yeah.
flights.
I've taken a lot of flights too, and they're always very calm and peaceful. Even on Spirit Airlines, where it could usually get a little rowdy.
Yeah, like, I don't take that airline, and
I try not to, but sometimes they have the best times for direct to Las Vegas. And I usually take Southwest. Sometimes you just, you bite your lip and you sign the dotted line. You pay $60, and you're like, all right, let's hope we get there in one piece.
and everyone's got a pair here. And Aaron floated flop for some reason. Now he's going to be compelled to call turn. And Mark with 3 pair, queens and 10s and 9s. Will be the best hands. That went bet call. Graphics have caught up.
Mark on his way to 4.5K stack.
Mike, I'm glad to hear that I'm among the Long Islanders that you
The
can
Long
stand.
Islanders. I heard you don't follow hockey much, but I think the new stadium there for the Islanders is doing well. I heard.
Yeah, it's a popular spot. Like, I've been past it. I have never been in it. I have been past it. The last time I was out there, like, it's
Better than
on the way to
old,
Kennedy.
The old joint, that's for sure.
The Nassau Mausoleum, as some people would call it.
Yeah, it sure was.
And, of course, the arena that was built for basketball that they shoved hockey into. Don't forget that.
That was a shame in Brooklyn. Yeah, it's good to have Islanders playing in the rightful home.
Yeah,
Even though Moraine
just
is fine.
barely inside Nassau County.
Yeah, but it makes it easier for people to get there.
True.
Because, not all your fans are out there. But Pioneer Grand Cruise are having a pretty good year. A little unexpected. So I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, still a long way to go.
Yeah. Very honest of you. Wasn't expecting a playoff run this year. Kind of like the Bengals.
Yeah. They're an offensive line away from being one of the top teams in the league. If they can just keep Burrow off his ass,
They
then,
can't. They can't keep him off his ass. That's for sure. But
I mean,
they got other pieces in place for sure.
Like, he got sacked 9 times in one playoff game.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
He
Try
was
not to
under
move too
duress.
fast. We may get 20 hands this hour.
Try to go for 40 hours. 40 hours.
Nice Mark with the queen jack. Aaron gonna go set mining with the 4s. We see one of them accounted for. And we see an open-ended straight draw for Aaron and a club draw for Caitlin.
Very interesting.
Bet of 150 from Aaron.
Is that a min click?
That's a mint click from Caitlin, up to 300. It's gonna leave Aaron scratching his head.
Not for long.
He's got to be careful. He is going to be dead sometimes.
Yeah, I think that she just wanted to be able to barrel here.
Ace of spades. It's a barreling candidate. Her nut club drawers just made top pair.
Correct, you are.
And she will,
Throws in
in
a
fact,
sloppy
barrel.
bet.
Just grab some chips, toss them out there. I love it. 555.
Oh, 555. That is another numerology expertise.
We're getting all the numbers tonight.
Professor Aaron calculating the drought.
Of course, the dealer faked me out there. He was reaching for something. I was thinking that was one of the all-in buttons, but it was not.
That would be a little extra to ship it at this point.
Hey, around here, you never know.
All right, Caitlin only has 500 back.
Yeah, that's
Makes
the thing.
it a little bit even more dicey here.
This sizing is saying the rest of this is going in on the river. Aaron will fold.
Caitlin will show it in his face. No, she will not.
That's kind of dicey for Caitlin too, because she's going to be pretty dead sometimes. Like sometimes Aaron will be the one with the club draw,
Exactly.
the ace high club draw, and then she's like really dead.
Right, and then also not leaving any fold equity really on the river if he just had a pair of aces and calls. She shifts the brick.
I see Mike in the chat recounting the time that we ran into each other at the airport, like back in December. We were both on our way out to our respective home states for Christmas time, and yeah, we ran into each other at the
It
airport.
was like a Home Alone moment. You guys reconvened and ran across, made eyes and ran across the airport for a hug.
Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. Did Caitlin just fold Queen 10 suited? This seems wrong. That's surprising. That's surprising.
No, she didn't.
Steven, what about your wife?
My ex-wife.
Unless there was something else that happened.
She'd be like, you can have that. Seriously.
She's like, just have him back by Sunday for dinner. We're fine.
I was talking about my ex.
Oh, you single, baby?
No.
They both whiff on
Don't
this
get
flop.
my hopes up. Don't tell me with my emotions.
7 forward.
My daughters are older than you.
Yeah, I don't know if Caitlin was suited. I think there was a misread
I
or
doubt it. How old are they?
something funky.
You might have a Bible. I have a 34-year-old and a 31-year-old.
I'm right in the middle.
See, Mike said it went exactly like that. So you're fibbing. I believe Mikey. Made
6 on
eyes.
the river.
The music stopped. A solo violinist started playing
King high good for Aaron.
an aria.
The deuce to 7, number 2 on the board.
Number 2 is on the board.
Ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, I haven't played single draw in a while. I gotta.
There was a cake
Gotta get
hanging
on
in my
that.
closet.
We got to make that happen.
Yeah, we gotta find a home for some single draw, deuce to 7, Kansas City low ball. Somewhere, a little no limit. Maybe a 5, 10, 10.
Hey, we could do that. We got to make that happen. Like, we'll run pretty much any game here at TCH if there's enough interest.
You got your one.
Yes, a Yeti cooler did appear out of nowhere. We have not really had a Yeti cooler of the
Yeti
night
cooler
yet,
of the
have
night.
we? But we've had a lot of chops. We've had a lot of
We
potential
could have,
coolers.
but yeah, they all chopped out.
You haven't donated.
Pratt with the queens this time
Rough out
because,
here in these streets, Andy.
of course, Pratt's going to have queens.
With the queens again. Yeah, like that hand could have been.
Like, that could have been stacks in the middle.
Yeah, and it just we didn't get it. Mark here, King 3 suited. Billy showing some unconventional wisdom today, and it's worked out for him. Ace 10 suited for Jay Wynn. And just come in. Ace 10 off, maybe a squeeze. Ace 10 suited.
Yeah, this flop's well enough. Except this time. Pratt well
That's a
ahead.
squadouche flop. Pratt kind of fire at will here. You know, Jay Wynn's like, man, can there be the 4 hearts on the board so I can peel? That's all he needs.
105 will forever be the freedom bet.
And Pratt's going to take that down with some queens.
From a song that I think is from South Park, Team America World Police.
Mike claiming to have run into her friend
Yeah,
Apple.
but it's Freedom costs $1.05.
I'm telling you a humorous story there.
Oh no. Just buying. Just here. Scan it. Scan it. Ship it.
Yeah, it's like one of the lesser known songs.
That's the
Yeah,
biggest
ship it.
degenerate part of scratch offs. If you don't even scratch them, you just like have them instantly scan them and tell
Yeah.
you. Like,
Like the guy who plays the slot machine, and they just keep mashing the button.
just
They
smash,
don't let the thing
roll.
fully
no
roll.
rolling, just smash
Like
button.
they
smash
want
button.
instant gratification.
They just want to lose their money as fast as they can.
Anderson limping in. Jay Wynn pipping Anderson and limping in.
With the 8 of spades, a little extra value.
And B's dominating, as I think he limped in. Pratt's going to squeeze. I don't know what
Another
he's
real
got
hand
yet.
maybe for Pratt. Jacks.
Probably real hands.
He's
He's queen
queen suited.
suited.
God,
Of course he
man,
has
I
a
wish
real
I
hand.
had hands like this when I played poker. I usually go like a 4-hour live stream with like ace 10 is my best hand. It's like an ace on the flop.
Anderson's still in there.
3 clubs, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of clubs. So Anderson with a club draw and a gut shot.
Something.
And Pratt with top pair, but the equity underdog against 8-7 offsuit. Pratt going to continue.
So ripping in there, Anderson.
It's at 180. Anderson should be ripping it in, giving the stack to pot.
Yeah.
Pratt's never going to fold top pair.
It just gets ooh.
Oh, Anderson folds.
I mean,
He has all the equity and he folds.
he doesn't know that.
With the combo draw, you usually have enough equity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's
Because it's impossible for Pratt to have a pair and well,
He
let
could
me
have
walk
an
it
ace
back.
with a king of
Yeah,
clubs.
he can have a pair and a club draw. He cannot have the straight draw too often though, and a pair.
right. Yeah, I think at that point,
Like we're counting the time that he got a bluff through on J-Win with the 8 of spades. Yeah, we had a couple of fun times together on stream. Like one time in the Hold'em, Mike came in at the end of a PLO stream once, where we got shorthanded at the end, and we played a couple of big pots against each other.
those
Fun
were the
times.
days.
Pratt makes it 55 with the queen 3 offsuit, and Kevin calls with the suited ace. And Kevin's ace is ahead on this flop where they call brick. Check, check. The king does not help either player.
Yeah, Pratt easily could have just kind of repped here. But,
Good stab at this.
Big chunky top.
maybe he made a checking move.
Decides to check instead.
I think they checked it all the way down. We didn't get graphics.
We didn't get a river somehow, but the ace held.
He dealt the river. We just never saw it.
They're tricky like that sometimes. Like they're so quick.
Much obliged.
We have failed to announce the action.
And the,
Sometimes it happens. We'll do our best to try to fill in the gaps.
Squirrel, I don't think anybody's going to be building a statue out of me.
Soon as sculpture of Lahti installed. I'm a big fan of this.
Like you know, you've gone places though when people are commissioning sculptures of you.
They should just commission a sculpture of the coffee machine with a chicken broth button.
There we go, the Rothbaum Memorial.
Rothbaum Memorial Annual Tournament.
Anderson with Ace Jack gets to play and makes it 60.
Oh shit! Right.
Like he's just trying to finally play a double or get stacked and rebuy.
Pratt releasing the 9 triz. And everyone folding behind him.
Not getting much here.
Anderson gets a whole $37. Ragnar Orby's in line for the. He's on board with the statue.
I might have to start a signature list for this. If I can
she's
get
back.
200 signatures, I will commission
I
it.
just saw Jeremy here the other night. I think he's doing
By the way, 241 likes. Let's get some more likes. I see like twice as many people.
Yeah, we stagnated.
watching.
We had
No, I
200
just
early
had a
in
brief
the
text
show.
conversation with her, but I'm using Jeremy. I saw
All these likes tell YouTube that people enjoy this, and then they point more people our way, and we have a bigger, happier community. Thanks for that, Daniel.
I love Carly, yeah.
Gary C is going to play some 2-5 in my old stomping grounds there at Borgata.
Good luck.
Good luck, Gary C.
Yeah,
even
good luck
though
with
you know
that.
we still love you.
I was relieved to learn she wasn't mad at me. I was. Don't you remember I told you
Aaron
I
with the
was
student
like,
connector.
I find her on Instagram, and I was
J1's
like,
got him
we're gonna
dominated.
accept her. I love her, you know.
He's a 65 and a call, and
Well, because
B gonna venture in there with King 9 offsuit on the button.
It's a little speculative.
Kind of light. We've seen where King 9 can get you
Yeah, like, you know,
offsuit.
again, you're never comfortable with a hand like that. You're always worried
Even if
about
you
getting
make
tipped.
even if
Never
you make
make
it
it
straight, it's
straight.
not the nuts.
Yeah. Never make a good hand. A great hand. You can make some good hands.
In multi-way, you really want to be making strong hands.
Right.
don't
now,
wanna be
it's a
making
different
top
story
pair
if you get
bad
it
kicker.
heads up.
Nobody
Against
making
a
anything
particular
here.
range. Yeah, this is about as airball of a flop as you can get with these hands.
And check over to B, who is going to seize on this. Daring Aaron and J1 to continue. And neither of them going to do that.
Couple quick folds, and he made us look bad again. So he skips the pot with his King 9.
What do we know? That's why we're chat pros.
Chat pros, announcer pros.
Either they are
Yeah. Sitting back and watching. It's easy business.
Yeah.
it's what made us 10 minutes late, and Andy almost killed me.
Usually this is the best seat in the house.
It is a good seat. We got a nice big screen monitor.
You sure do.
Sometimes you have A&W root beer, which is fantastic.
We have all of you in the chat to hang out with. And we see the action like 10 seconds before YouTube.
That's true. We have no lag.
No, she's wearing a mask.
Just that 15-minute delay.
Well, that.
But not the extra 10 seconds it takes to get out to the pipes.
The 10-second lag of internet connectivity.
Anderson getting to raise again with the ace 10.
Offsuit. That's a monster for Anderson.
I know it's a slightly dumb
For tonight it sure is.
I mean, with his stack depth and with the straddles on him, he's playing with many bigs.
It's not a bad stick. Like in 6 months, she's blown up those social media.
Likely to get a stack in on any kind of connection.
I get heads up against B.
That is
Jack 10-4. Anderson with middle pair, but B with top pair.
So maybe she's well, she's smart when she looks at it. Doing it by design.
yeah. I mean, this kind of flop like ace 10. Like this is a flop. I don't think I'm gonna see that in Anderson's shoes, but especially with his stack
Blowing up
depth.
the chat with like all kinds of ridiculous shit, and people latched onto it because
B just gonna call Anderson. And
Like
now
that
B
again,
gonna make
right?
2 pair. Anderson does pick up a gut shot.
A little extra help.
Anderson checks it over, seeing that second over card. I do think that B is going to.
Yeah, I mean, Anderson has a
firing
little
here.
bit more than pot. So it's like either go really small in here. Yeah, like that.
yeah, no. Well, people either said it was his sister or his husband or his girlfriend or wife or whatever, but no, they're unrelated.
Anderson will fold.
Linus. Yeah, Linus all here, but they're not.
She said
He's in preservation mode.
Yeah, gotta preserve that tournament life. See,
Yeah, I think he's playing a tournament. Everyone else playing cash.
Yeah, but you know what? I bet
Daydrick, thanks for the subscription.
well, I don't know that she's not.
If you haven't subscribed yet, definitely do that. I missed any subs earlier. Thanks for for subbing. I can't talk. I don't know why.
Like and subscribe.
Like and
Smash the like
subscribe.
button.
Hit the buttons.
Give Lottie a follow on Instagram and Twitter. That's where you plug your.
And that's what I plugged, yes. And if you want to contribute further to the program, you could send a super chat. Got some great people working on the show who certainly would appreciate any contributions that you choose to contribute. Totally optional.
You can be a super chat pro.
You sure can. And you even get a whole bunch more points to gamble with.
You do get the points. Exclamation point. Gamber.
He opening up his 6-5 suited. Caitlin folding his suited ace wheel.
That's very snug. Very snug. There's nothing wrong with the fold there.
Marking a set 9.
Be a 3-better fold spot. Ooh, now she's like, damn, what a flop. That flush draw and a bummer
Yeah.
draw.
Might have been a monster combo draw, but it's B with the club draw. Mark's the only one with the pair, but he's going to be hitting that board and he's going to fold.
Red force pretty bad in that spot.
Yeah, only one queen out.
Aaron probably not loving things either, but
Aaron with just a gut shot.
he is going
Gonna
to
raise.
play it as a raise, which is also fine. He's going to have a lot of good hands here in his position calling pre-flop. He's going to have straights. He's going to have 2 pairs. Big combo draws. He will continue with his clubs. Aaron was probably hoping for a fold.
And
it's
B
not
is going to
bad.
get there. And Aaron now with no hope.
Caitlin kicking herself, probably could have won a good pot.
Yep. Never fun to fold the nuts.
Now, B can play this as a check here and try to get Aaron to stab at it on a river after he gives up, kind of. But
Can I go for some value here?
we'll go for value.
Maybe thinking he needs to protect against an ace of
Very,
clubs.
very possible as well. Aaron quickly relinquish.
Just kidding.
Alice, the spam bots show up on both the Austin and the Dallas streams. And I squash them as quick as I see them.
We're just too popular out here in the streets. Whoa, what do we got going on over here?
We got a lot of straddling.
We
I
got the
believe.
80 out.
I think that might be more than 80.
It does look like more. It's like 90.
No, that's actually a raise from King Queen
Oh,
suited.
never mind.
So
Looked like they were still.
it was
dealing
10, 20, 40, I think, and then there was a raise to 95. King Queen suited, a fine hand to open.
Oh, wow,
And I think he's
going to
get this through.
Yeah.
Shaywin's not feeling that crazy.
Yeah, both times Shaywin straddled to 40. I think 3B had a nice hand.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun when you actually wake up with something in this straddle.
Yeah, especially when you're putting that kind of straddle out there. Well, at least a hand you could defend with.
You want me to wait to see
A
what?
little defense.
I mean, I just had a bad naked
Defense.
ace. I was
Yeah, defense.
Bang, bang, defense. Get the chant going.
I know. That's why when he bet 80, the bet sizing, it just seemed too small. So it's like, oh, I'm just going to hit him with the check raise here. And then you
What's
call,
interesting with the giant straddle pots is you really find out what players know how to play a short stack and which ones don't.
Yeah, you find out your tournament players.
Yeah, the guys who play nothing but cash
They
don't
get
know how to play 20
very
big blinds.
confused on negotiating 20 big blind stacks. Or even 50 or 100. Even in Texas, 100 big blind stack is like a small little baby stack.
Yeah.
Not so much everywhere else. Like, what do you mean now? You have 30 big
Jack 10,
have to
10.
open shove certain hands?
Spades. Yeah. Like I watched somebody fold ace queen to a single raise, like playing like 10, 12 bigs deep.
Yeah.
Again, a mega straddle. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do that. We can make a highlight video where you go, don't do this.
Let's see. Aaron's got an open ender. Don't know what Anderson has. Anderson doesn't have anything. Aaron's
Why would
bet
you
is going to
think
get
he
it
has
done.
anything?
Everyone's above the line.
Lottie line. Wow, when did Anderson get above the Lottie line? My goodness. Well above. Mark with 34% representing.
I feel like most nights I'm closer to 20% myself. I mean, like when I'm card dead though, like I look like a super nit.
It's hard to hold the Lottie line in these games.
Yeah.
Especially without the straddles, because a lot of times you're just going to have to defend in that straddle to a single raise.
One person said I'm Texas tight. I'm not tight, I'm just Texas tight.
Yeah, you're not tight. If you go to Las Vegas and play a 2-5 game, you're not tight. But in Texas, you're super good. What do you mean you don't play 80% of your range? What do you mean?
Mark opening 9 suited on the button.
Yeah, good squeeze.
Aaron going for that 3-bet.
The methodical squeeze. You saw that?
Absolutely.
Very,
Very academic.
yeah. You know, I was trying to go for something the brain shut off, so we'll just reboot the brain waves here and try to get back into it.
We see the 5s go in the muck. We see a suited ace go in the muck. This is why we 3-bet.
Yes, 3-betting has its advantages, and especially out of position. Aaron give him the old fold angle.
And like Mark not loving this hand. This is feeling like a card
Professor?
funeral.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with the professor who's tournament regular in town, who we saw many times when we would do the Sunday tournament streams.
It's hard for him not to make it.
Yeah.
do anything that wasn't full. That's what you should have done.
So why we're suggesting I go out there and voice my displeasure about them being over the line. You know what? You could be over the line. Like everyone has their own line. You've got to find your line.
He's under the Lottie line for sure.
And you can be you can hold whatever line you want.
I like to hold the Dola line.
Yeah. And what's that line?
Stack off 50% of hands.
That's a fun line. It's expensive though.
Yes. No, I can play reasonable whenever I feel like it. Depends on what
Fours.
mood I'm in.
4s for Aaron on the button. And ace king for Pratt.
Oh, another reason. Why not?
And
Chalk it
there's
up
the
to
3-bet.
the third ace king, 3 pairs of queens, 5 ace queens.
Pratt is getting his pick of the cards tonight. And Aaron getting a good price to set mine. He's getting those 10-1 implied odds, which he will not realize as he does not flop the set. Pratt does flop top pair.
That's just a dream flop for ace king. Getting c-bet pretty small here. methodical fold. Couldn't get an ace 9-4, huh? Ace 9-4 and king.
If only. If only. But you know what? They'd run it twice and they'd chop
Run it twice,
somehow.
chop.
Have I waited long enough, Mr. Bilzerian? 5-6 of course. Wow. Did have the club. Nice hand.
Anderson raises with a mystery hand. I doubt it's any good against Jay Wynn's Kings, though.
Yeah, just running into all the bad news today.
Sometimes you just run into it every time you think you're getting buoyed, but no, they just have it.
Yeah, he really needed to gamble on that combo draw there. Kind of change his mojo. King queen for
Clean for Pratt.
That
See
doesn't look
if he-
very attractive after the action that we saw.
You know, the 3-bet, I think he finds the fold, especially when Anderson's been on the tighter side. And he could just as easily 4-bet behind you.
Yeah, I mean, he's likely just to ship it here if he's going to play. It's like, I don't have any chips, so why would I play? Let's try to guess. This smells like ace queen. Or 2 9s.
I wish we knew.
No, it's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Might know.
I'll let it go.
Anderson clearly a short stack here. 1/3 of
You know what? With these straddles,
the big short. Yes.
with these straddles, he can easily
He should,
be all in
he
if he
should have an
wants.
open shipping range here for sure.
If he finds a 3-bet, it's going to be for everything.
Yeah, 25 bigs. Can easily leverage that. About Caitlin under the gun with king.
Where's Jay and what have you done with him?
King's
The
definitely
UFC
making the
continues
rounds
to make it
tonight.
60 or goes bigger. 60. It is. You haven't seen too much deviation from 60.
3 big blinds, nice solid opening size.
It's you know makes sense as they go about 3x as the straddles come in, but in Texas we do like 10x when there's no straddles.
Kevin got a flat. We know Caitlin's not going to be flopping a set here. All the kings
The
accounted
kings
for.
are accounted for, but that's
And Kevin is in a world of trouble right now.
3 basil called.
Kevin
Queen
calls.
would be bad news.
That did not
Ball
improve.
changes not.
Let's go. Be careful though.
A lot of quick betting up here from Caitlin.
Flop, something really exciting.
No.
I didn't.
Bunch of caca.
And that one will get it done.
Screw it. Queen 3, I'm in.
Daddy, it's a 3-barrel bluff. Please call.
Just a donator.
I'm trying to build me a
I'll take a moment to plug a couple of promos we've got going on here. Ladies' night every Friday night here at TCH Austin. Ladies play for 50% off. We've got our quads of the day going all this month.
off the market.
You can check with the club every day to see
God,
what
I've been
quads
on
and how
Mark's
much.
phone.
Get the
Got
quads with the
ice
pocket
right
pair
up
in your
front,
hands
but discounted me.
and win a
Can't move
jackpot.
the product,
Complete
Kevin.
rules there at texascardhouse.com. Also, the early bird play for free from 9 to 11 in the morning. If you check out after 6 a.m., but check in before 6 a.m., you get 25% off. every Tuesday. Play for half off all this winter. So another few weeks of that.
Correct.
Here we go.
We see some action here. Mark Webb the King Jack suited. Call and then a raise from Kevin's 9. Steve just flatting the 10s.
Pretty well tend to that.
Could also go for the 4 there.
She said her backwards word, Dara.
Instead, we're going to go
We're
for
going
ways.
4 ways here. Very interesting.
8,
Bunch of
7,
overpairs.
5. That's fun. So, gut shot for Kevin and an overpair. A bigger overpair for Steve. Not much for the others. Pratt's got middle pair.
Quick call from Steve. Known Mark to do some funky stuff in spots like this. Doesn't really have the body language of someone who's ready for something. Gets out of it. Mr. Pratt, like 7 should be good here. Who's playing these cards?
I can get behind that fold.
Oh, for sure. It was a very quick call too from Steve.
And Kevin just
Oh,
got
wow.
there. Kevin with the 9 high straight.
Wow, wow, wow.
Steve now needing Kevin to hit a set.
No, that would be
Kevin's going to continue. Steve
that would be a
undeterred.
Yeti cooler if a 9
4 to the
feels.
straight.
There's only 1 9.
And that's not it.
.1 in the middle. It's gonna go under half pot. Are we really beating much here?
Goes half pot. Steve
call.
going to make the hero call.
Yeah, it's just
Not the hero this time.
yeah, it's just not beating much after going 3 streets there. A lot of the other connected cards are 2 pairs and
Yeah.
straights. But bet the right price, got the right call.
Yeah, you're just beating like random big aces that decided to bomb away.
Yeah, the bombs away hands. But then some of them were ace jack and they got there in the river anyway. So yeah, it is what it is.
Ragnar Roby, I haven't looked at a lot of the new F1 cards yet, but looking forward to that season starting soon. I know there's been some unveilings recently. I know Ferrari did something funky with their car. And we'll see how it races. That's the real question. Anderson going
He has a
to
hand.
raise it.
Oh, he 65.
Steamdola in the booth raising the roof as Anderson is raising.
I was yawning, so I was indicating raise by giving it the raise the roof. When Anderson
And
raises, everyone folds.
He's going to get it through. Either nobody calls or
Either
everybody
someone
calls.
has aces or kings, or everyone folds.
How much does it take to get a heads-up pot around here?
Yeah. You gotta find the sweet spot.
I did.
Is this live? Yes, this is live. This is not a replay from 2018. What would make you think that? We are here in 2022.
Started in San Marcos, and then I transferred to UT in 81.
And if you want proof that I'm talking in the present, the men's curling team is playing for bronze.
Is that the most current event you can come up with?
That's the first one that popped into my mind. I've been glued to curling the last 2
That's
weeks.
the least controversial topic on
By a long stretch.
by a long stretch.
Well, the new thing is
I'm not going to get canceled for curling talk, I don't think.
I don't think so. Either.
That sounds sexy.
They're coming for you.
It sounds sexy. I like it.
one time Anderson and I were out
Curling
to
is
dinner and the
offensive
bar staff
because it
started
implies
laughing and calling him my
That
zaddy.
straight hair
I
is
got very angry with them.
the minority.
Violent note. Not a violent note, just like
Well, if only it were that easy. I mean, I got
don't
the
know.
gold medal with that kind of
I
curling.
tried.
it's like a silver box.
Steve is going for the 3-bet with the king-queen suited. He'll clear out Caitlin's suited connector. Jalen with the inferior suited.
King 9 hasn't been kind to him today. Might relinquish.
Hasn't been kind to anyone today. If it gets to B, this game's playing so deep he could set mine.
Yeah, if they had there would be like 1.6K effective after the call,
J1 folds.
which is pretty reasonable.
He gonna try and flop himself a 3.
I would like it to be a little deeper, but can't. Beggars can't be choosers.
There is some dead money in there too. And there's just top pair for Steve.
Smash home run for Steve-O. And quick exit.
Ahmad Umair wants a shout out to his friends. Happy birthday, Raman. Hope it's a good birthday, and I hope I said your name right.
Yeah, Raman. Happy birthday. That's enough. Cut me off, Lahti. Cut me off.
Sarah saying hi from Australia. A lot of Australians in this
Aussie.
chat. Like, we are very big in Australia. We are very big in Australia.
Big fans of Australia as well.
Everyone in the chat, let us know where you're watching from. We see people from all over the world. Like we had a check-in from Finland earlier tonight. We've had check-ins from Australia.
We are a worldwide super show. Let's see.
That we
We
are.
should get a map in here and put pins in the map from everyone that checks in.
Jalen limping his 9s. How do you feel about the open limp?
I don't know. I mean, if you have a strategy for it, you know, and you work that strategy out into where it makes sense.
I'm not a,
Balancing your hands correctly, okay, but in games in like this in Texas where everyone's going to call,
look at that.
like it wouldn't matter.
Think
Like,
we're
you
gonna
would be-
have chaos.
The thing is, he would be going
Or-
against these three hands
And,
anyway.
and look at this. We have middle set for Jalen. We have an open ender for Mark, and we have top and bottom for Aaron. And a gut shot for Kevin.
It's like you got that on video.
This smash.
Everyone has
There's
everything.
no way this could smash it more. Jay wouldn't lift it like this. The only person who wouldn't be in his hand is Aaron right now, if he had raised.
I've never deleted anything, so y'all.
Jay
can
one's like,
find
all right.
what's there. Unfortunately, I was the
Aaron going for the raise. Jalen calls, and Kevin gets out of the way. And Mark's gonna.
Mark's not going
Yeah, Mark's priced in. Queen on the turn. The king 10 would have got there.
The king 10 would have got there.
Ah,
Oh,
well.
Mark's got top pair.
And top pair to go with his open ender.
Wow. It does go check, check. Jalen definitely has to put in a hefty bet here.
Okay, Chris sees it. So
Can this board get any wetter?
he's got lots of swag. He's got very nice Clark Kents like you.
I mean, Mark might do something out of line here
Goes half pot.
and raise. Okay. All right, Professor, what do you got for us?
Brendan, I've gotten so good at dealing.
You know, if
Like,
Aaron
I
is
had no
thinking,
idea I was such a competent
I mean, again,
dealer
there's not going to be a lot of good
until he
rivers
showed me
here
how
for
to
him.
wheel. Like, I'm very competent. And then
Is he
they
gonna
kept
try to
saying
just
to
get
me,
the
like, the
showdown?
first night it was
And
just
that queen
you
doesn't
lost,
improve a
wow,
lot of
you
hands.
self flop for you're so
Like, it
experienced. I was
improves Queen Jack. It improves Queen 9.
it just brings in more draws and brought in the backdoor cards. But the six is as
Six of
blank as it
clubs.
gets.
The middle set is going to be good for
They
Jalen.
rarely play for money. I've done it 5 times with them, and they've only like
Mark.
played for money twice.
Mark's
So we
option
just
with
do,
top
like,
pair.
everyone's in for 20. Whoever has the most chips when we're done and ready,
see,
because like they see so few hands because I'm coaching them as we go, and
This would have been wild if King 10 was still in the hand, though.
Yeah, I think the money would have probably been in by
Yeah,
now.
it's just unbelievable how it smashed all these hands.
yeah. So they hired me. They paid me like a flat
Gets
rate, and
check
I
to
just
Aaron
showed
again.
them
So
chips
he's kind of
and
under-repped
Jack
his
and
hand here going forward. He's going to check.
leaving. But I think it's mostly for that, like for them, it's like networking, respectful side.
I would assume Jalen just rips it.
And he does for pot.
I really hope that we can have boots. Boots after streaming.
Well, Mark really thinking about it. With Aaron behind him, who has showed strength,
You gotta muck
raised the
this.
flop, called the turn. closing the action, but still.
Gotta fold this. This is a three-way pot.
It's just a hand that
7 scores.
definitely
Multi-way.
does not do well with another player behind you. I mean, even if it was an Aaron's shoes, it's not looking very well.
And multi-way, we're not trying to make top pair bad kicker.
Yeah.
And he does fold. And now
in a
Aaron
much
has a
worse
choice.
spot.
He's closing the action, and he beats and bluffs, and he's against Jay Wynn, who
Yeah.
we know is able to bluff. And he only has to be right a third of the time. With this being a pot-sized bet.
This is a very tough call here.
What do you do in the chat? Pretend you can't see the cards. Are you calling here?
Did you say I get a boner when you talk like that?
So Jay Wynn flatted the cold call. You know, he limped
That's what I
pre-flop.
heard.
So that
Yeah.
changes things, right?
This
So
was
he
a limp
limped
pot.
pre-flop. So he doesn't have, you know, Aaron's going to be like, all right, doesn't have queen, queen, doesn't have jack,
I
jack.
get a boner when you talk
Shouldn't
like
have, I mean, I guess he could have some king 10. But like he's really got to discount those. He definitely could have 4-4, but Aaron has one. He cold called the flop on a 3-bet. Went bet raise call, which is kind of a hand like Queen 10 might do. And so Jay Wynn is someone who would have a 10 in his hand, who would turn his hand into a bluff on this river.
True.
And I think Aaron knows that. And it's like, all right, so, you know, did he have a hand like Queen 10? Or is it King 10? You know, obviously he could have some 10-8s as well. So,
I wouldn't because you're Kevin.
The
yeah,
chat's
is
saying
he
fold.
bluffing enough times? So it only has to be, what, about one third, right?
Yeah, everyone in the chat is saying how much they hate having two pair.
Is that what they're talking about?
They were calling for two pair to be canceled even before this river.
Yeah, it's just a weird situation because
And we
of the
get the-
open limp, which Jay Wynn like almost never does.
Pair, Jack or.
Yeah, we get the
And
folds from Aaron.
great fold by Mr. Aaron. And Aaron did a good job of not losing more chips in that pot.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the problem with the limp pots. You get you get in with the Jack 4 offsuit, and then you flop a hand that you like, and
And then you're in a bad spot anyway.
yep.
We're
Let
really,
me know if it's a good
And
fold.
I think he knows that.
we're really into teasing each other for the
Also
15
doesn't
minutes.
play a giant pot.
I'm
Double
not,
pot.
I don't know. I'm not.
Unless you got the stones.
It's either a complete
Circling back to where people were watching from, let's see. Michigan
The problem is that you
and
overcall
Oregon,
so hard.
Iowa,
Flop, raise.
Alabama,
So
Brazil,
you've got
10.
Minnesota, Indiana,
Yeah, I'm sort of thinking the same thing.
California,
I don't care, babe. I'll do whatever
Am I
you
wrong?
want.
Tell me I'm wrong.
lots of places.
You're in a tough spot. So
Square suggesting that I bring Caitlin back here for 15 minutes. Maybe one of these days. I mean, Caitlin has been back here with Aaron on the Monday shows.
Yeah.
So that's it. If you look through our archives, you can definitely hear her in the booth. Somebody fact checking my my statement about the curling team. In 2018, there was curling, but they were playing for gold. They weren't playing for bronze, and they won the gold in 18.
There's controversy
But
even
they-
over that.
But this year they're playing for the bronze because they lost in the semi. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they got crushed by Canada just like they got crushed a week ago.
Wait, did we not?
Hopefully it does go better though.
Right now we're doing 10.
Getting all of our curling needs. All right, looks like we're going to get 4 cards and 5 cards.
I wish it were 5 cards. It's 4 cards.
It's not going to be double board, ultimate high, ultimate low.
With a sassy option.
With a
Deuces
sassy-
wilds.
with a 6-card
Follow the queen.
ocean. Follow the queen. 1 round.
10-7-5 rainbow. See if anyone's got anything.
It's about as dry of a flop as you're going to get over here.
Top 2 for B.
Got a little
And
action.
some straight possibilities.
couple pairs with some possibilities. Nothing ever. Got an overpair here for Pratt, of course. He's got big hands, big cards. Mark's got 8-9, with 9 2 times.
Yeah, the open ender.
Caitlin also with 8-9 with a 6 involved, and making it a little bit more straighty.
Pratt with his overpair. Caitlin with that wrap. Aaron's calling with not much.
Huh. Backdoor hearts.
With a bonus heart and some overs, I guess.
I guess. Well, I guess
That's-
on a, I don't know.
He wanted to play.
He wants to
And
see
we're going to a turn 5 ways.
Jack of hearts.
This is just what you want in PLO.
Yeah. Jack of hearts will be a lot of action. 4 of hearts.
4 of hearts is going
Yeah, it's
to
gonna keep Aaron in
complete
there.
some straights.
6,
Caitlin's
6
there.
8 comes in, right?
Yeah, Caitlin gets there. And I don't think anyone else is there. Aaron does have a heart draw now.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, backdoor
And he
hearts.
has a
That's
4.
why I was calling. Come on.
He's so tipsy. No, Dave.
Check and, Caitlin gonna put out a bet. She puts out the all you can eat.
Pots it. And now Mark gets out of the
So
way.
does Aaron really have enough here to? Problem is he doesn't have anything working with it.
Mark gets out of the way with the open ender. Perhaps afraid that someone else will come in behind him.
Aaron does pick up a good card, but not good enough.
B with the top 2 pair and the gut shot to the nuts.
Yeah, and that's some more of a hand that you can almost find one with.
No, will you educate me?
The nuts are very likely to change on the river, and you can always rep with a bluff.
Very dynamic board here.
Yeah,
He's
he will
gonna
call.
call it. I think that's just a call.
Yeah, that's just a call, and Pat gets out of the way.
We go heads up to a river.
Caitlin looking to dodge. 10 or 7, 9. Does pair the
And
board,
that
which
she
she's not going
does.
to love.
She's not
This is
gonna
what I
love
was
that.
talking about, where B can, he could have
Check.
gone for it.
So I had 8-9 as well, and I thought the 4 came out. I thought it was 6.
And
Sometimes you gotta make sure you have a backup plan if you miss.
yeah. Jedi Master Ted wondering about the THC cruise. I hear that's at 420. The TCH cruise, I know that they postponed that because I guess the virus or something.
Actually, I accidentally checked because I thought I was first to go and I didn't want to pull ankle move.
Yeah, cruises are still a rough situation, I think,
And I just don't want to.
to get on. Like, you need to,
You can't pull an angle.
You are so getting corona if you're going on a cruise.
yeah, well, they you have to like take a test, have a vaccine.
You're getting the virus anyway. Let's be
Still gonna
honest.
you get sick on a cruise like anytime you go on
Yeah.
a cruise anyway. So
Yeah, like you're gonna get a different kind of sickness time.
And I didn't see my hand, so I felt blocked. So I'm like, oh, shit.
Steven, you still
I'm
having
adding
fun?
1,000 more than 10. 1,000.
All right, we're adding 1,000 on.
Glitchy Mage, Steamdola and I are not talking about politics.
Straddle for
I know sometimes the chat wanders there, but let's try and not do a lot of politics in the chat.
I don't think we've delved into it.
But let's be honest, I mean, everything gets political eventually. That's
It's all politics.
I figured one of you guys.
like you can't even watch ESPN without politics. It's like the Mets lose. Now let's talk about the president's tweets.
Yeah,
No,
so
there's another channel if I want to hear about that.
ESPN is like more political than
Than
news-
some
the
news channels.
station. Yeah, unbelievable. It's
We
our
get
Disney,
6s, we get 7s.
Disney's fault.
Blame the mouse.
Blame the mouse.
That would have fucked me all
Mouse controls the world. Remember that.
If I didn't take 2 pills in the restaurant.
All right, I'm done. Anyway,
As am I.
Do you have enough to share with the whole class?
They know I'm always sarcastic.
Yeah, he double drops Alex and now he's
yeah, Jay went to go
I said you're
on.
flying us
Jag
to
off.
Vegas. That was not sarcastic. I don't have
Jag
any
off.
pilot.
Three players to the flop, everybody. Here we go. 3 players.
That was actually a really
Action's
good
on.
idea.
He's 9-4. That's a disappointing flop for everyone.
Yeah, check.
Wait, 5 checks, 6 will bet. That is 100.
Yeah, let's talk chocolate cake. I like it.
You like chocolate?
I like chocolate.
Everybody likes chocolate cake. Like German chocolate.
Sure, I like all the chocolate. Steve, that's 100 with the sevens and
Black Forest cake.
gets it through. What's that?
Black Forest cake.
I'm not sure I've had that, but
Ever had Black Forest?
that
Throwing out all
sounds
the
good.
chocolate cakes.
That sounds good. Like I'm not going to complain about chocolate very much.
Big, straddle 10, re-straddle 20,
How many more things can we get me to say in the Long Island's way tonight? Coffee.
Coffee. Yeah,
Seth
but
just suggests that.
you could say it in Long Island. I'll say it in Brooklyn. You pick the word.
Which is on the physical island, but we don't think it's Long
Yeah,
Island.
we don't think we're on there either. The 40's out there, and Kevin will just call the 40. Caitlin will wait. Oh no, Caitlin had aces and is not at the seat, and Mark had kings.
Oh.
No.
We once again managed to avoid
Oh,
a
my
Yeti
goodness.
cooler of the
On
night.
a $40 straddle, Caitlin walks away from the table with aces.
That's a
Kings
bad
to-
move. And Aaron
direct
folding
left.
the 9 triz. What's happening?
My goodness.
255. I apologize.
Really important, man.
285.
Kind of the borderline there.
Did I miss anything, Fawn?
Straddling is stupid. I should have done it. I'm glad I did it.
Action's on 5. 255.
Caitlin's sitting down about 45 seconds too late.
Yep. She's not going to be happy when she looks that bad.
Play next level, bro.
Or when I tell her.
Yes, that's the right answer. That's the right
that's the
answer.
one out
If they're not giving her shit about it right now,
Like your stupid bladder.
Kevin is considering this.
Kevin will call with his ace jack. And we'll
Ace
get to see
jack
the flop
offsuit.
that could have, would have been.
I hope there's a king just for Caitlin's sake.
No, but it would
Not
have
yet.
Would have been.
Oh, you have dogs.
Kevin
Spicy.
doesn't get much. Mark's going to continue, and that's probably going to be the end of his hands.
Noel asking in the chat why he had folded ace.
And Noel wondering why Caitlin folded aces
He was
because
not
she
at the
wasn't at the table. That's why.
Left the table, got aces. On backs the table. Does not have aces.
You're awfully jolly, I might
Everywhere.
say.
You're gonna pull a few out of your butt crack later, the lot of you.
Mark betting that 555.
Finally
No, that
folds.
was Caitlin's bet. The 555.
And
the
Mark shows the kings.
Yes,
Little does he know,
That he dodged a absolute.
like he should be minus a couple $1,000s right now.
Absolutely. Caitlin's sitting on at least 3,000. I believe. Close. Yeah, just about.
Yeah,
It's very likely that
yeah, that should have been his entire
all
stack.
of it would have gotten in there. Chocolate cake.
I was gonna say, go ahead, do it.
Ace magnets.
Jedi asking me to do the latte, but I do it like when you've aged, you smoked a lot of cigarettes.
Which
I used to play the 2-5 game, but now I eat chocolate cake all day.
which I've never smoked in my life.
Exactly. It's a caricature.
Fuck yeah. I love them.
There's not a lot of people
Your number.
where they could impersonate me, and I'm okay with it. You're one of them.
Yeah, we've established that, so I don't feel bad. But anyone can take shots at me, and I will be fine with it as well. Sure they do. But we love to hear it across the room when you're playing poker. Just hear lots of I call.
The things that happen in a mixed game.
I know. I love that face you make when you have it and you slow play it, but I can see it. You're not just sitting there like calculating what things happen. Slow playing it. Butch was like, "Now let's do it like Yoda." That would take a lot of brain power.
Jaywin's got a gut shot here, and Pratt's King's the best at the moment.
My vocal cords might break.
Jaywin's going to go for this.
Saddle up.
He drives like a fucking stingray and shit.
Yeah, because they're 80. They're just like, what do they call it, like a perm?
And
it's gonna
have
get
a lot of
its
good
own.
properties there. Gut shot, factor done.
Yeah, there are a lot of turns you can continue on.
Oh, hell yeah.
And this is basically point versus blind. Pratt having bet on the straddle.
Absolutely.
Right?
Anderson under the 500 chip count. Someone needle him.
I would have bet moderate size on the turn. I was hoping you would have an ace there.
These are mandatory.
All right, David, what kind of night is it going to be for you? Like a moderate night?
You think the guy in the $800 suit is going to add it to his stack? Come on!
Anderson has like 10 closets full of perfectly matched suits.
I don't know what his suit costs, but I am definitely making a reference there that some of you might get.
You'll like the way you look. I guarantee it. Where's that from? Some suit place, right?
Yeah, there was a suit place that had those commercials, and I don't know if they're around anymore.
I can't remember the name. Just remember that phrase.
I think that guy got run out of there at some point. Mark raising his offsuit ace, and Pratt calling, and Kevin putting extra in with his ace king. This time it's not Pratt who has it. It's like one seat over. I think we might have a dealer error here.
It might have, the world may have shifted a few degrees. Now Kevin will be the recipient.
Who's that in the box? We got to have a word with him.
Sure you're dealing the correct people the big hand.
Yeah, seat 4 gets the hands, not seat 5.
Oh, a lot of my friends tell me once the first baby comes out,
Where Troy McGamble, 10,000 Caitlin's aces.
Men's Warehouse. Thank you, Men's Warehouse. You like the way you look. I guarantee it. I think that's where, Anderson bought their entire inventory when they were going out of business.
Might be. Might be.
Anderson cutting out chips, 2 10s, making a raise of 60 on a 5 stack.
We'll see if he can manage to last beyond the flop this time. Right with the king queen.
That's a reason.
We got a coin flip on our hands.
Could Anderson hold?
Can he hold?
I feel like he's going to be smashed with king, queen, queen. Nope.
No paint yet. Henderson's still good.
Oh, Steve's in the pot there. See how that transpire.
He's probably still good. Anderson moves all in for like twice the pot.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to, but no reason not to.
Alright, folded. The graphic seems one there. I believe he folded.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm playing more poker right now.
Steve thinking about throwing a chip in.
Like the comics,
He's throwing it into his hand instead of into the middle.
This could be crushed and fall into
I mean,
or you ace, I need to have ace, king, ace, queen.
so I love stand-up comedy. And I saw Jim Jeffries down there. You go.
Beautiful.
You've not seen it?
No, I'm the same way. I mean,
No, he's Australian.
didn't like to have a cap over me.
Jim Jeffries.
He's going to fold. Anderson's going to say, yeah, I've got it.
Kids are cool.
So he's going to collect a few chips here.
Always shipping some pots as well.
Pride in the Rover be wondering how I have over 1,000 points betting 10 at a time. That's because before I was back here in the booth, I was contributing with Super Chats.
Super chats.
You do the Super Chat, you get points.
A lot of points for those super chats.
And
Then you bet. Then you min bet it.
yeah, because I'm in it.
Min bet. Min bet.
Michael Cervantes wondering if we've had any big pots over 1,000 hours. We've had a bunch, and like at least half of them ended up chopping when they ran
Yeah.
twice.
We had a couple of them go one way, but definitely a couple chops. We dodged a big pot by an absent player from the table.
Yeah, we should have had aces versus kings a few hands ago.
The Aggies say saw 'em off.
Jay William feeling frisky. Ace 7 off
Coming soon.
from the fake cutoff.
Football wise, it was always Oklahoma, Texas.
The Texas, they
I mean, I
coming
can't hate
back.
the team that keeps beating them.
Sure.
It just makes the team better.
Essentially the low jack, really, when you think about it.
And when you consider how many players are left behind you, you do at least usually get to play in position the rest of the hands. Except when B puts in the 3-bet from the button. Or you'd rather
It's a proper
clear
tree
them out of
that
there.
it got through.
I believe we already got through. Yes.
Yep.
Got through.
We've seen a couple nice
Thank you. I'll take it.
3-bets to get through here.
No, that was so fake.
And it's good. It's a solid maneuver.
Dick Van.
Bayrou coming in with the dad joke, as some people might call it.
He's still alive.
Saw a thing that said Wild Falcons lived for about 13 years. All Wild Falcons today were born in the 21st century. They're millennial Falcons.
I remember a guy wearing a Barstool.
Dun, dun, dun.
They don't take care of themselves. They think they can booty call you, but then they get over and they're absolutely useless.
So witty.
I mean, I say names.
Oh, and Aaron leaves the table and gets ace king.
My
You know, we're not doing well with these absent players.
If you step away from the table, that's the best way to get a big hand.
That's what happened earlier in the. It was like 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah. Anderson's been guilty of that. I think he missed tens at one point. Here he's limping queen jack suited. Of course, the problem with limping is like you take away the chance to take it down pre-flop.
Where it's Paul pulled around and
Mark's going to get a free look at his 2 live cards in the form of the 6-5 offsuit.
Just golfing. Just golfing.
Poker is the afterthought.
And Anderson
Oh,
flops
wow.
the nuts.
And Aaron dodged the bullet by not being at the table there. So flop top.
You gotta come down here. We usually go to Houston.
Yeah, and would have been no good. Probably would have doubled Anderson.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Dodged the bullet. And Anderson just can't catch a break because it
Mark
would have got a full
leads,
double.
and Anderson just calling,
I was actually something there.
giving Mark every chance to bluff. That 7 of hearts gives Anderson the heart redraw.
Yeah, he's got the world, but Mark feels like going after it. And again, no reason to do anything but just call here.
Just call. You're in position. You can get the rest of it in on the river.
They're not in Austin. Where should I?
About half his stack.
And Mark did pick up a gut shot. That's not going to be good.
That's on the list.
Anderson going to move all in,
Best barbecue here.
figuring Mark probably has something. Little does he know, Mark doesn't have anything.
He's not protected. He's not protected. So
The
let him
ambient, right? You're out there, you're out
barrel off.
He's
That's okay.
going to the original, but if you go over by Dell baseball.
Trending in the correct direction.
Yeah, but I like
Haven't seen the cumulative winnings come up. I don't know how they come up. The computer decides that.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't seen it once either.
You saw it, I'm like, damn, I haven't been there in a long time.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Maybe if we all think about it at the same time,
We think really
the
hard.
AI will program it.
Push it hard enough.
Over at 183 in Mopac. Gentlemen. You have a rental car? Or you?
Everybody's driving around. Good, good. So I'm just going with them.
Yeah.
Slab mark that style switch. If you like beef ribs, they got these bad beef ribs.
Honestly, I like
Style switch. No, it's very odd.
Yeah, they got a location down off of.
Steamdola stepping out here for a bit.
I'm not sold on it.
I'm still with you though, William Lahti, the New York net.
It was good.
Henderson folding that king 10 suited. Jalen with the 9-8 suited. B calling with the king queen. Pratt coming along with his 6-5 suited. Aaron going to close the action. We're going to go 4 ways to this flop. Ten, 8, 5, couple of clubs. Pratt with bottom pair and a club draw. And Jalen with middle pair, the best made hands at the moment. But Pratt, the equity favorite, having so many outs. Checks over to Pratt. Pratt making it 135. Aaron folds. Jalen with middle pair, but a player behind 10. We'll see how he proceeds. Looks like he's made the call. And we go heads up to the turn. Ace of clubs. Pratt makes the flush on the turn. Jalen checks over to Pratt. See how big he decides to go here. Looks like another half pot bet, roughly. Does make it 265. Jalen with middle pair could easily be drawing dead now. Is going to fold. And I think there's a rabbit deuce. All right,
I'm back. Sorry about that.
All right, so I'm going to step out for a moment. I'll leave you in Steamdola's capable hands. And
We're tagging in, tagging out. Alrighty, y'all. Had to grab myself a refreshment. The vocal cords were parched. As we're coming through our final 45 minutes here of action. In our 2, 5, 10, 20 game as it's been almost all night. Queen 10 suited here for B. Gonna bump her up. Quick call from Pratt here. Here's with Jack 10 offsuit. Maybe a little speculative. Couple napkins going into the muck.
Yeah, but we're out of the hard stuff.
Around Anderson with a little suited 3 gap.
Oh, let me see if I can get it.
And throw it away, so we're heads up.
Are you a Kanye West fan by any chance?
You know, listen to him.
Top pair here for Pratt and top pair for B. Just a little 1 pip better for B.
Is it really well done? Like it's professionally done? Or
It was his boy.
okay.
Slaps down a bet here of 65, looks like.
Quit my job to follow
He slammed on call.
in the music game and a comedy game with Kanye. And essentially it was just like, but I knew Kanye was special. And I knew that if I documented his life, that
6 of diamonds, not going to change much here.
I sold it to Netflix. And it was really interesting. Like, I didn't know anything about Kanye's mom, but he had like,
Now 3B going to continue going for value.
like the video footage of her.
I think it drops in something like 150,
Make sure he did music,
160.
sing, write. Talk about all of his friends.
Pratt kind of in a tough spot here where he's got to kind of put his foot down and defend. Not loving the spot after a couple barrels, but beating some just kind of continues like ace king and ace queen is barreling off.
His life, like a documentary. Like is he talking about like him today, how he's a little
Not too many draws though. Go to a river. The 8 of hearts. Again, not really doing much here.
have to check it out. It just came out.
Not likely to bring anything in. And does slow down B here, does check. Pratt should probably just check behind here.
Dude, that's pretty sweet, man.
And he does. And, see the bad news of the 1 pip?
7 episodes of season
3B takes down a nice pop.
Part 1.
Sucks to be picked.
It sucks to be pipped. You really didn't have. That's again, he kind of made a little light call pre-flop with a jack-10 offsuit. So as I stated at the time, and you get yourself in trouble sometimes.
If it's 2.5 hours, like 2 episodes.
Just thinking about it, I'm like, there's no
No,
way
it's
I
a good show. I mean, it's super unbelievable.
totally
Like,
can have it folded, but I'm in check call.
PM telling us Save Dallas Poker. Yeah, so pins in the chat, SaveDallasPoker.com. You can read the whole story there about the situation with City of Dallas attempting to revoke Texas Card House Dallas's operating permit. Hearing on Tuesday. You can be a part of the process to advocate for the club. Follow the instructions at that website.
Gotta make our voices heard.
We sure need to, and I'll definitely be doing that. Just remember, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar.
That is true. No, we don't need any vigilantism.
Steve with top pair and a couple of back doors.
Jay Wynn with a whole lot of anata. It's hard to get too creative with a board like this.
And Steve gets it done with that bet.
Probably more relaxing.
Two, 5, 10, 20 again as we're into power hour here.
Yeah, I was thinking, at what point does the 40 stick on?
I feel like we should have the 40 by now. Maybe we give it the last half hour.
Mine's a rescue dog I like. Okay, cool.
Seems reasonable. Bunch of napkins in his hand so far. See if any of the straddles wake up with anything here.
That was a shepherd that we rescued. A shepherd as well.
Right.
Yeah, this one with the 2 sevens and make it 55.
A Springer Spaniel.
Can't quite see Freebie's cards yet, but it looks like he's interested.
Yeah, they're cool.
I'll take the flop. King 3.
That's it. Was like my first dog.
Probably defending correctly against very small open.
And big card, little card, and get you in trouble. That's the one downside there.
Yes.
Like, you're not going to be that thrilled with the king. You're either going to win nothing or you're going to lose a bunch of chips.
I mean, it happens.
Well, with his, with Anderson's stack size, it's kind of tricky.
He gives up against that lead.
So what the showdown numbers appearing. We got Aaron leading the charge there. Mark at the bottom of the list. What's your what the showdown numbers usually average out to?
Oh, not very high at all.
Not very high, I would think.
Like, I actually have a fold button. A lot of people in Texas don't, but I do.
Just as weird as he was. But it took on his attitude, his personality. I'm like, oh, damn, dude,
I guess if you're around each other.
I don't like to wait to showdown to take the pot as well. Give it to me now.
We have a raise to 60 and a 9.
All right, looks like we got a raise from Mark. 4-5 suited. Looks like Caitlin folded the 2 deuces there to the straddle. I think we had 4-5 suited there. It's not in the graphic right now, but Aaron looks like 3-bet from the button.
I took a spin class too. I worked my hands.
Not quite sure if we saw his cards or not.
I think we're getting the action reset.
I think it was ace 3.
Yeah, I think Aaron had ace 3.
I woke up early this morning. And then I got the salad after.
Which is probably an exploit of Mark opening kind of wider than the rest of the table. And 3-betting him a little bit more frequently.
10-6-3 gives Mark an open ender. Aaron
Goes
bottom
quick,
pair.
yeah, it goes quick check there, and the 3 clubs come on board. Aaron does have 1.
The emergency club.
Yeah, emergency.
Maybe don't yell at them
So-
every time they're fucking late, bro.
Mark kind of takes a stab at this with his draw. He has 0 showdown value. Stab at it, he does. He's 300 to 387. Oh, 325 to 387. That's full pot.
Well, he's got 5 high. Also
Wants
has
you
a
to
straight
fold
draw.
now and fold now. See if Aaron can hold on with his measly pair and his little flush draw. You know, he's probably not going to think Mark ever checks a club draw on the flop, but
Just lets it go.
yeah, he's going to think better of it.
Ted giving his opinion on the Dallas situation. The problem is I don't think you'd actually force the state to do anything. Like 3 years ago, 2019, there was legislation that had been proposed that would actually have done legalization, and it just died in committee because nobody cared.
Yeah, it just didn't make it to anything. It just sat there.
Yeah. In fact, like they tried to do casinos last year. They tried to do football casinos, and it died in committee. So, honestly, I think if you were going to have any sort of regulation, I think we would need a bunch of new politicians in Texas, given what we've seen from the current elected officials. Doesn't seem like they're interested. And we see Steve with some 8s of the black variety.
Yes, with the 8 of spades intact. That is number 2.
And I'm sitting here going, oh shit, I hope I'm not getting sucked in.
Freezing rain.
So what makes 8 of spades 8 of hearts better?
It just automatically fluffs the set.
It
I don't know.
automatically
It
drops the
just,
set
it
noted.
just, it's one of those things. It just, by association, I realized that it is number 1. And it also, it wins the biggest pot for me.
Okay.
But I think it's a matter of just knowing and then forcing it to work for me.
Well, Pratt has outflopped the 8 of spades.
That's true. Sometimes you gotta bluff it with it too.
See if I continue. And Pratt folds top pair.
See?
Kind of a scary board, but what are you hoping to flop?
Yeah, I mean, you would think you at least peel there because,
Like, I have a hard time folding top pair.
yeah,
At least to one street of aggression.
exactly. You know, a lot of the times you're gonna have a C bet if you call on a board like that. The other player might slow down, just check. You got the showdown, but he probably knew he had the 8 of spades and wasn't gonna stop betting. You see how it has the power? It made Pratt fold top pair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for those unfamiliar, maybe you should explain why the 8 of spades is such a magic card. Like, like what's the origin story there?
The origin story was a sassy hand against another nitty Will, Mr. Armstrong. So it was a sassy hand. It was a very large pot. It was working towards like 3 ways, heading up into the draw. I clearly had the low locked up versus another high hand, and Will was showing like a full house, like obviously. And you know, I do take good account of the cards that I see out, and I knew that the 8 of spades was in the deck still, and we didn't have to redraw, like reshuffle. And an 8 of spades would give me a straight flush and a low. So I broke my low that was already half the pot that is locked up.
Brave move.
Broke the low to just grab the 8 of spades to scoop a big pot, and I hit it. And he didn't. No one believed me, and you know, we got it to max cap on there, and turned it over and said,
Said get wrecked.
"Get wrecked."
All things begin in the mixed game, don't they?
Yeah, always in mixed games.
And New York Knit began in the mixed game.
And then kind of after that, I just started noticing how that card just kind of was always around for me, making it work. I don't advise breaking a winning hand to try to scoop, but
Yeah.
I knew in my loins, William.
Yeah, Willie, the last time casinos were talked about was literally last year, and it didn't get out of committee. It didn't even get onto the ballot.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a thing for a while.
Okay, so gut shot for Caitlin. Actually, 2 gut shots
Yeah,
for Caitlin.
she's double gutted.
And top pair for B.
Nice little hand here for Caitlin. Bet call turn. 3 clubs.
Here to stay.
We get a check, check.
Ace on the river.
Ace
Caitlin not going to get there.
She's going to fire at it, which I don't mind. Yeah, but yeah, it's going to be hard to rip after that. I mean, maybe a hand like ace-9 or something like that. But
And B can easily
It's an
call.
easy bluff catch there with King Jack.
Until get that pot. Like, what he made jump with you? Like, I'm just all about the poker. I'm not even a casino person. Like, I don't do slots. I don't do pits. I'm like I was up north last month for a tournament series, and I played no pit games. I just played poker.
Play any video poker?
Nope.
You ever play the like heads up limit poker machine that's like actual poker? You ever
I've not
seen
heard
one
of
of those?
I've never even seen.
Have you
one of
never seen
those.
one of those? They have them at Aria and a couple other places in Vegas where it's like you're playing against a computer, like heads up limit poker. I play that a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they
I'm-
play pretty perfect. I mean, obviously.
That
but,
seems like a losing proposition. Oh, and
I
look,
don't
Brett
know,
has
I've done
queens
pretty
again.
well against it, but you got to just hit it. Like, play, you don't want to sit there and play 100 hours.
Brett has queens again. What do you know?
No, what do you know, Queens? Ladies.
Yeah. I'm almost never at Aria.
Never at Aria.
Almost never.
Almost never. Where are you?
Or am I?
Yeah.
I'm wherever the big tournament series is at.
You always stay in those hotels as well, or
I tend to collect Caesar's points. And I
so
stay
you
at one
do
of
the
their
Caesars?
places.
Oh, okay.
So second pair and a gutter for Pratt. Squadouche for Steve.
Yeah, I haven't done any. What is that called? Total rewards or something? I
Yeah,
haven't-
Caesar's rewards.
Yeah, I'm all about MGM.
I got diamonds. No resort fees for me.
I'm platinum MGM, so no resort fees for me either.
Here's the
Actually, I have a
resort fees.
platinum Caesars card too, but I never used it. They match.
Pratt takes that down.
It happens when you do this. The dice, that's my move right there. Elbow up like this, extend.
We should also explain to people what Sassy is, because that's the game that's not known outside of Austin. So that's a 7-card stud 8 or better variant, except it's not with 7 cards. You get 4 cards face down, and then you discard 1 and you turn 1 up. And then it plays like stud 8 through 6th street. And then you get what we call the Sassy option, which is where you can exchange exactly 2 of your cards if you want. And then there's 1 more round of betting.
And that's how you keep everyone in the pot until the end.
Yeah, exactly. Like lots and lots of multi-way pots. Lots of bets going in the middle. It's probably the biggest action game in the mix. Anderson with some jacks. Some Judies, as we sometimes call them on the Sunday shows.
This is usually a 3-bet for Jay Wynn, but Anderson's a little shallow.
And he hasn't played a lot of hands either.
Yeah.
Okay, 7 and 9 Paul, or full, sorry. 7 with Paul.
It's their fault.
We got 5 players going to the 12.
We see Pratt holds with 4s. You get it caught up. Aaron with the
No,
8-5.
Shuffle.
He's going to flop bottom pair, and Anderson's going to flop middle set. Jaywin with the spade draw. So a lot of players
Yeah, we
connecting
got a lot
here.
of action here. Steve's got middle pair with a straight draw as well.
And this could go in here. Looks like it's 150 rather for Anderson. Jaywin just calling. Steve with a pair plus gut shot.
Yeah, Brad's getting out of the way. Steve's going to be tempted here. He does get away.
Steve not that tempted. Aaron just
Easy
noping
fold
out
for
of there.
Aaron.
10 of spades will give Jaywin the spade flush. Losing only to Jack 9 of spades. Anderson shoves and gets snapped by Jaywin. Anderson's going to need the board to pair.
You got 7 outs.
Looks like they're going to run twice.
Oh, no, you know what that means.
means that they're probably going to chop. It means Anderson's going to get there on one. And it's only one. Here it comes. That won't do it.
One for J-Win and
Two for J-Win. Straight on board, but J-Win's got a flush, and that beats a straight.
Counterfeit the set anyway. Ay, ay, ay. And that's how Anderson's night has gone.
Good to see you, man. Oh, okay.
I see Anderson dropping by the chat. I assume he called it a night. Hi there, Anderson. Sorry that didn't work out for you. People talking about what casinos think about poker players. Yeah, I mean, we're pretty much garbage people.
They don't like poker players very much.
We're a nuisance.
They're like, these damn people bring their own food and drinks and don't spend any money in the casino.
Yeah.
They earn free parking. We don't make any money on the poker room.
Yeah. Well, sometimes we pay for a room.
Sometimes. They do like the hybrid players like me who spend a very small amount of time playing poker and a very large amount of time playing Pai-Gow or Baccarat or
Yeah,
craps.
there are some people that they'll have a big score and then they'll just go dump it in the pits.
Yeah.
It's not me. I haven't had a big score. At least not at an actual casino. My biggest score came at TCH Houston, actually. And Jalen with top pair.
Yeah, that's correct. Sorry, I feel a big one coming for you, Lahti. Big. Huge.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Gonna be the biggest, the hugest.
Took me 3 years to get to 100K. I'm hoping to get the next 100 in less time.
You're gonna jump right to 1 million. You're gonna.
That works too.
Just gonna bink it.
And now Jalen picks up an open enter. Kevin also with an open enter.
Ace on the
And an
forever for the
ace for
steal.
Kevin.
For the steal at the end. Jalen will put a little better Roni out there. Kind of surprised.
I can guarantee you I don't wear jeans that are 3 sizes too small.
What?
There's some conversation in the chat about slots being tight, and then
Slots being tight?
somebody mentioning that I look good in jeans that are like that. So
The tightest slots in the world.
Okay, I gotta show you this.
what if you don't want to drink? You just pay for alcohol credits, like in a casino. Like, I don't know. Like, I've never even considered that. Like, I don't drink. Like, I've
Lahti is a dry man.
yeah.
I actually just like pounding espresso in casinos, so, or cappuccino. And at the nice tables, you get Fiji water. You can get some fine juices, watermelon juice, fresh squeezed. Got to live the high life.
Aaron with some 9s, making it 90 because he has 9s.
Is that what we're doing today? I feel like that's what we're doing today.
He might be telegraphing that he has 9s. And he is going to defend the straddle with that suited king.
I had no 3 that had that like 10, 15 years ago. There's 4 pictures of it in there.
Rag, rag.
I've still
Just backdoors for B. Aaron's 9's still good.
Backdoor, backdoor, backdoor. Hey, King 5 has a lot of potential here. What the fuck?
I would say I look up used portions once
check it.
36,000 miles.
I think it's fine.
I'm sorry? No, no, it was just
B made it 80. I don't see a turn card. I think B has let the flop here.
like 8,000 miles on it in like 3 years.
Aaron calls.
Aaron checked.
Fast miles.
Oh, that's right. Aaron was out of
Aaron
position.
checked, yeah. Aaron check called the flop.
And
Doesn't
B,
like that turn very much.
and B picks up a gut shot. He can tell the story that he's got an ace.
22, you're 23.
He checks it
Not
because he
to.
picked up some equity, I guess. King high might be good here. Oh, Lord.
Aaron rivering a set of nines.
They have a really good Kenwood aftermarket stereo. Had like 9 Bose speakers.
He does check it over, which I think is his best option.
Yes, let's him do some bluffs.
I think it will work. Considering the action, like B would have to go. I would think he would have to go a little larger than that. But,
I had 140. Like 36.
Going half pot. Maybe a little smaller than half pot. Doesn't seem like it's going to get a lot of folds. Like I don't think you can fold a pair to that sizing.
See, that was my air joke.
Aaron going to put in a raise to 500. I think. 500.
sir. Yeah, good fold.
Gets the folds.
Nicely played. And it shows the merits of like not just c-betting every, you open there, you get a decent board, it's dry, you can buy c-bet, take it down. Like, a little nuance there, checking some of those middling strength hands and extracting extra value in these spots. Obviously, a little lucky with the 9 in the river, but still would have won more money than as if you just bet. Probably got a fold on the flop. So, really done, Aaron.
All right, 25, y'all. 25.
Get a dealer change, which means
Bomb pot's
one
on.
more bomb pot. 4 cards, 1 board.
4 cards, 1 board, 5 other cards. Dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. You know what that's a quote from?
I don't.
So sad. Ghostbusters.
I've not seen Ghostbusters, believe
You
it or
never
not.
saw the
I've
original
not seen
Ghostbusters? Stop it. How could you be a New Yorker if you never saw Ghostbusters?
The same way I'm a New Yorker who's never seen Seinfeld.
Oh my God, get out of here. Leave the booth.
What's that, Seth? Seth says it's overrated.
What does Seth know? He's a junior, mediocre producer.
I think they might have bumped it up to $25 on this bomb pot. That's a lot of chips in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Hefty.
figured if I let out there, I was just
You usually see that on our Monday 5:10 show from here in Austin. With Aaron usually sitting back here.
Drive right now is a little on. Work on the river, you call road, work car.
140 size with 9s?
But I like Lincoln.
With just bare 9s, but off the set. Because it's worked on river.
You can also join us Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays for our shows from Dallas. And our dealer just almost put out a second board, but then he didn't because he was reminded that he shouldn't.
Check. Right here, both of them. Okay.
I think this is Russ in the box.
I like it, but it's
Let's see, second nut diamonds for B, as well as a pair of deuces. What else do we see that's of interest?
Nothing.
Steve betting a mystery hands, and Caitlin calling with a pair and an open ender. Aaron calling with a
Caitlin's got
gut
2
shot
pair.
and backdoors.
Caitlin's got top 2. And,
Oh, top
and,
2, she's got the
open ender.
10.
Yeah.
And she's got the open ender. And the 5 is going to give her 3
3
pair.
pair. Always the best.
It's going to
hand.
give Aaron the wheel. Aaron's the best hand that we know about right now. holding the wheel. Checks through.
Diamonds.
Jack of diamonds. We're going to find out if Steve's got diamonds. That was the front door draw.
The most obvious situation, and he is grabbing chips.
Bet. 325.
It's 325. Aaron with the wheel. Loses to a flush. He loses to 6-3. And he decides to fold. We don't know what Steve
Put
had.
them where they belong. And we never knew about Steve's great bluff.
I'm sure it was the greatest bluff.
After you let it out, you get back to it.
If you can't deal with that, you shouldn't be playing this game.
Right. Final 15 minutes. We're getting a new player.
Looks like it.
Yeah, at least for the next like 10 minutes or something.
Another player stepping in.
Big blind right here, please.
That's right. I've never drank Mountain Dew.
Dimitri, nice to meet you. I'm Aaron.
You know, there's got to be outliers like Lahti around, so
Also,
Yeah.
we're playing a
keep us
little side game.
mathematically relevant.
Yeah, they'll play you that table.
Do you want to play it here?
We do have a live.
I don't know them. They're not here with me.
A lot of people watch.
Do you want to play here or no?
900.
You know what, Seth? Formula One's getting bigger and bigger in the U.S. You can thank Netflix.
One of my best friends is a big fan. Well, you don't know anybody, Seth.
So it started with Seth mentioning that I'm also an outlier in that I watch F1.
And
Which is
considering
one of the most-
Seth's always wrong, we yell
Which is
at
one
him.
of those popular sports on the planet, by
That's
the way.
true.
Jay, when
Internationally.
I Ebenezer Scrooge of the TCH 25 crowd, like we're always like, wow.
Tennis is a nice sport, Seth.
I'm not down to do that shit.
We've been playing
Calls, 90.
I think we somehow only had one straddle on.
Nobody's missed one yet.
Get her open to 90. That would be a
there's
rather
the second
large.
one. It got
That would be a
folded
rather
right
large
away.
open. 10.
And Aaron flopping middle pair and the best hands.
And like earlier, we'll like to check.
if they notice like in the first half an hour, everybody's taking it on. They do the same thing for the Monday game.
Probably defend.
The Monday game, they had it downgraded to widen up the population pool. But if
And that's the good thing about like playing more balanced is players have a tendency to bet when someone who's raised has checked on the flop, thinking that they're weak. But when you put in a good mixture of hands you can call down with, it kind of makes it trickier to play against. And you see him implement that very well. And you kind of see, I think the rest of the night has been a lot of just straight C, just C betting into anything after raising.
Bet. 230.
And that 3 doesn't change anything, so very likely that Aaron will kill one more time.
Yeah, this is the low end.
Second barrel from B.
The Monday game here.
I now have green and
Only draw that got there was 5-4.
Yeah, not very likely.
Aaron also not blocking the hard draws that are available.
Yeah, a lot of suited gut shot probably hands will be doing this, right?
Yep, absolutely.
It's the low end of the high.
Here comes our river, which is another
That's
3.
actually a great card for Aaron. So pairing the board here.
His kicker no longer playing. The only hands he's losing to realistically are ones with an ace.
This might force B to give up, and he does. Nicely played again, Mr. Aaron. And he's kind of been putting B in the same spot there.
Look
And
at these
capitalizing
pips.
on it.
Caitlin's right on the line.
Oh,
right there.
the bet-
She's right on the line.
Oh, goodness. They're letting the over right now.
Looks like our new player is Dimitri, who has yet to take a hand.
That will not. His will not count for me. If it's under, that's not fair because
yeah.
he's not playing enough hands.
In fact, I expect that he goes over because he can play one hand.
One hand and be over, yes.
And we have
He's
15 minutes
irrelevant.
left. If he plays one hand,
He's irrelevant. It's all up to Caitlin. Caitlin has folded, made some folds.
come on, Caitlin.
She also was away at the table for aces.
You can beat
She
her,
open
Caitlin.
folded, I think, deuce deuce. I think queen 10 suited. I think
She's
it was.
made a couple of folds that maybe I wouldn't have made. But I'm also a fish. What do I know?
You are a fish. Caitlin's been playing a lot, studying hard.
I've been working my day job.
Like me, my day and night job.
Yeah, it's a lot
My
of job.
job is day and night.
It's non-stop.
People need to eat, all right?
They do need to eat.
I gotta feed these guys. Oh no, Caitlin finds a hand and opens and probably pushed her over the line right as we're talking here.
Yeah, you gotta put them both down on the dot. That's a nice, sweetie.
Takes it down.
Just ships it.
The only hand I could have considered was probably Dimitri, who had the 10-8 of clubs,
Brad's little
but
weak.
elected not to.
He's been practicing that.
Gotta get his feet wet first.
He wasn't a small blind, though.
Wins the big show.
On the button, I'm defending that all day. I can understand not wanting to play out of position, hopping into a fresh new table.
With 3 other blinds behind you.
Yeah, 2, 5, 10, 20 once again.
520?
We have not wanted for action tonight. Got the straddles. We'll get some big pots. And we've got all of you watching, and we thank you for watching. Be sure and hit that like, hit that subscribe if you haven't already. Over 300 likes, I'm loving it. If you're watching this in the future on the archive, hit that like button. And Dimitri is going to hit that like button on his ace-king. He's going to make it 100.
There you go. Oh, that's a 5x open. He hasn't seen that we've been opening 3x at this table.
You see a lot of 5x in Texas.
Oh yeah, well that's what I'm saying. It's as the straddles go up, the amount of blinds raised goes down. But you know, if this was a 2-5 game, our open would be 30 or 40.
He gets it
Probably
through.
a 2-5, 10, 20 game.
He got it through, and he showed it.
Ship it.
Ship it.
1 for 1.
No. Oh, yes. There's a live 20. But needless to say, yes, players like certainly no. I don't.
520? Have you played the Oaks yet?
I think I'm gonna need a straight fold fest here from Caitlin to end the show here.
That's your one chance.
Monday and Friday at 1 o'clock, there's a 5-5. I played the last 2. I played it twice. The last Friday was really good.
It's also a 40-minute drive for me each way. So I was like, for that, I'd rather come here.
Went from B with
Yeah,
the ace-10. 8s for
Number
Kevin.
Number 5.
Number 5, the red 8s.
We've seen a lot of number 5 today.
This makes it 60. Unlikely to get folds. Steve comes along with the queen 10.
It's a set juicer. He knows it's coming.
Anybody call during the day?
8 of spades coming. 3 ways. Here we go. No 8 of
No, it's
spades.
spades, open ender.
Open ender for
Stevie C.
Steve. Gut shot for B. 8s are ahead at the moment, but not enjoying that flop, I'm sure.
Well, definitely not getting away with it on the flop. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
continues for 85. Steve's going absolutely nowhere. B also has the back door to the nut spades
Absolutely.
and the over.
No folding yet.
He could consider a float, and he does just that. Or even a raise sometimes.
Yeah, I think both are floating, no problem. Ace high could be good sometimes.
Kevin's the only one liking that 3 of hearts.
Well, he quickly checks. And then quickly checks
And
through.
check
here.
through.
And the 3 of spades.
So front door spades come in. Nobody has a flush. B does have the nut blocker with the ace of spades.
Oh, cool.
Looks like he's going to try to go for it, which I guess is reasonable.
You probably should.
Say you're a fucking liar.
Goes for the overbet. Goes for
Well, that's
about
what he would need to
1.5.
do that as played because he didn't get much into the
There's
spot.
750, like almost twice actually.
And it's going to work.
Yeah. Kevin with just third pair, Steve with queen high. He's gonna take it.
There's that week again. Keep that practice going.
That's kind of like if you did make the ace high flush there, you didn't really get enough value. You're like, let me try to get it right now.
You're a funny guy.
I'm a good king.
David, thanks for watching. See ya.
Last thing, it should be about 5 minutes, you said?
Got a few minutes left here.
About 5 minutes or so. Okay, cool.
One more reminder to hashtag SaveDallasPoker. SaveDallasPoker.com. We pinned it at the top of the chat. Go there, check that out if you want to advocate for helping keep TCH Dallas open. Definitely go into that in a constructive, polite, professional manner. And yeah, I'll be doing that myself. I think it's a great place, and I would like it to very much be around. And I mean, like, we've reached people all over the world through TCHLive. And like Dallas, let's be honest, they get more viewers than we do in Austin most nights. So they've even reached more people than we have here. And I'd like that to keep happening too.
Would be nice.
Have you tried the Delta 8? Delta 8?
And Caitlin got a V-pip and certainly 8 chances here. Winning a bet.
Jack 5-5, Jalen is ahead.
Here comes a $30 bet. Small would be reasonable here. 60.
Against an aggressive player, you could consider the float with the 2 overs, but she does not. Or I guess with the 1 over.
She hasn't really put herself in any bad situations tonight. She's just playing,
She hasn't been working.
playing snug, playing very positive EV situations. Can't blame her. That's how you win money.
Yeah, it's not always necessary to make the hero call.
Yeah. You don't have to look good for the cameras.
That's what have to come out
Gotta
of
win.
it, and he's doing the
More chips than you lose.
production.
Right, we do have the live 40 on. Live 40.
Yeah, the problem floating with Jay Wynn too is just like he's not gonna let his foot off the gas. So it's like, do you really want to put that much money in?
Starting to show. Coming through.
All right, Aaron put the 40 on.
Now, Glitchy Mage, if you click the link in the video description, you could fill out the form to. This is the last hand? Okay, this is the last hand.
Last hand of the night, $40 straddle on.
And you could fill out the form and get yourself on TCHLive, either here or in Dallas. And you could probably use that name on stream. And I don't think we have chocolate cake, but I'm sure we could find you some. We got the raise to 90 from B, and
It was a $40 straddle, so it's a very small raise.
it is.
Everyone has the same hands.
Queen Jack, and Aaron with Ace 4.
Yeah.
And 4 ways we go.
I don't think there's going to be any queens or jacks.
I'll take the under on that.
I'm going to slow roll you.
King 4-6. Or ace king jack.
Ace King Jack. So, who's got what now? We've got a pair
Everyone's
of jacks.
got bottom pair and Aaron has top pair.
Yeah. Yeah, Aaron has top pair, everyone has bottom pair, and a cut shot. Don't forget the cut shot.
Everyone's in the same boat here.
Pratt wants a queen. Mark and B want a 10.
Aaron wants some bricks.
165 is the bet.
Pratt makes it 165. Bottom pair and gut shot.
I mean, I don't know if I think just checking there on the button is probably best.
I'm checking there.
Yeah, that's just, you don't want to be.
Now, Mark's call is probably going to give Aaron some pause.
Yeah, he's got the pre-flop.
He has no kicker.
He has the pre-flop raiser who already checked, and now you have two other people putting chips in.
Aaron going to call. Not a believer yet. Thanks for the sub, Albert. And B's Queen Jack is going to get out of the way. We are 3 ways to this turn.
Interesting to see what happens on a brick, like a 6. But it's an ace.
So Aaron's going to make trips.
Aaron feeling better. Still probably going to check to Pratt.
Check.
He's going to throw out a lead.
Bet. 325.
Doesn't want to give a free river
Yeah,
to all the draws that are
you know,
available.
that's great assessment of the situation there from Aaron.
Like, there's like half the deck that he doesn't want to see on this river.
Absolutely, and he wants to try to get some value when he can. Everyone does fold.
That gets it
Nice
done.
pot. And we believe that was the last one of the evening. What a wonderful night it was.
It was
Lati,
great.
thanks for having
This
me.
was what I hoped it would be. It was great to have you here. It was great to have all of you in the chat. It was great to have this lineup on the table. It was great to have Seth on the other side.
Great job, Seth.
Well, thank you all for watching. It's William Lahti, the New York Mint, on behalf of everyone here, wishing you a great night. We'll see you next time.
Adios.
Jay was done with me. Jay was done with me.